Chapter 1 Let Ayanami Wake Up. In New York, a dazzling light beam suddenly shot into the sky from the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Suddenly, a huge amounts of wormhole was opened, and ugly aliens riding motorcycle-like flight machines flooded in. The artillery fire poured down like raindrops, destroying the buildings below. The screams, crying, and wailing gathered together, and played a sad song. In just a brief moment, New York City, which was still bustling, became a purgatory on Earth. In the sky not far away, the sky aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was suspended there. At this moment, everyone's faces were full of horror. A bald man with a blindfold showed a fierce light, staring fiercely at the spatial wormhole. "Our first extraterrestrial war has begun, guys, all get moving. Give me a severe lesson to them," the bald man said coldly, his eyes full of murderous aura. This man is no one else but Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the roof of the Stark Industrial Building, Tony Stark, wearing the steel armor of Mark 7, patted his head with chagrin. "Damn it, it's a step too late, now it's in trouble." After that, Tony didn't retreat, but rushed towards the wormhole. Palm cannons fired continuously, one after another. Chitauri soldiers were hit and fell down. But this time the invasion was clearly prepared. How could a few palm hand cannons wipe out tens of thousands of Chitauri soldiers? In the blink of an eye, Tony Stark was surrounded by Chitauri soldiers, and finally had to be forced to retreat. "This number is too large, we need more troops. Natasha Romanoff, are you going to lunch?" Tony said solemnly. "We have arrived and have notified the military. The Marines will come right away." Natasha Romanoff's voice came from the intercom. "We not only need stronger troops, we need to intercept their offense from the source, we need to close the space wormhole." At this time, the voice of Captain America Rogers rang from the intercom. "I'm going to hold them, you guys think of a way to close the wormhole." Tony Stark adjusted, and went on attacking again. At this moment, giant creatures like giant whales swam in from the wormhole, and the situation became more and more serious. Throughout New York City, everyone's expressions were pinched together, and their eyes were full of fear. And in such a severe situation, in a huge secret base under a big mountain in the suburbs of New York, a handsome young man was staring at a container of culture fluid in front of him in a daze. To be more precise, he was staring at the woman in the culture solution in a daze. "It's really fascinating. You deserve to be the dream goddess in a man's heart, Ayanami, you really deserve your name." The man looked at the falling woman in the culture fluid and muttered to himself. "The man's name is Legoland, and he is the only son of the Franklin family, the wealthiest Chable family in the beautiful country, and the only heir. A year ago, he and his father had a car accident. His father was tragically killed, and he survived. What everyone didn't know was that his son who had survived by chance was not actually Legoland. Franklin. Yes, Legoland in front of him is actually a traverser, he came from a blue planet. And the world that came through was nothing else, it was the dangerous Marvel world. As a traverser, Legoland naturally has the standard gold finger for traversers. His gold finger is a skydifying system called Infinite Technology World. As the name suggests, his system is closely related to technology. The function of the system is very simple, but it is extremely against the sky. According to the introduction of the system, it allows the host to quickly grasp the technology in any sci-fi work and realize it in the current world. Yes, you heard it right, any sci-fi work can be realized. The only thing the system needs to consume is points, and the way to get points is also very simple. Witnessing major events in the Marvel world, or directly participating in major events in Marvel, can earn corresponding points. Obviously, the points earned by directly participating in the Marvel event are much higher than simply witnessing. What makes Legoland quite embarrassed is that his system is very cold-blooded and ruthless. Other systems have newbie gift packs or lucky draws at the beginning. But his system, I'm sorry, there is no fart. Everything can only depend on himself. At the beginning, his points are naturally 0. Although he is the only son of a great Chable, he is also an ordinary human. So he can't and dare not directly participate in the early Marvel events. After all, he didn't want to die young. So in order to earn points, he can only stay in the crowd honestly. Silently witness the occurrence of one Marvel event after another. This kind of pain that could only stare but couldn't intervene had tortured him for half a year. It wasn't until half a year later that he finally accumulated 100 points with difficulty and carried out the first lucky draw in his life. And this time the lottery also completely changed his life. Because the sci-fi work he selected was Evangelion. The cloning procedure has been completed. Do you want to start the wake-up procedure? At this moment, a loud system prompt sounded in his mind. Hearing the prompt tone, Legoland turned his head and looked at a giant EVA Unit number 0 machine. Nodded and muttered to himself, "It's been a year since I came to this world. It's time for this world to see the power of EVA. Ayanami, your battle has begun, let me wake up." Asterisk. Chapter 2 EVA 0 Machine, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. Logo Ian's expression was excited, and as soon as his consciousness moved, he initiated the clone awakening procedure. Masters of the audience who have seen EVA know that Ayanami is a clone and the container of Lilith's soul. But because Infinite Technology World, this system only extracts science and technology products in science fiction works. So in the Marvel world, there are no so-called apostles. Here, Ling Poly has only one identity, and that is Logo Ian's clone. But after this, he will have one more identity, that is, the driver of the EVA Machine 0. This is also the main reason why Legoland cloned Ayapoly. The EVA Body 0 machine that he spent half a year to build requires a driver. And the best driver of the 0 machine is naturally Ayanami. At the moment after the wake-up procedure started, he was originally curled up in the culture medium. Ayanami, who fell asleep like a baby, suddenly opened her iconic red eye mask. At the same time, her curled-up body began to slowly straighten out. The towering arrogance that had been half-shielded was completely revealed in front of Logo Ian's eyes at this moment. As her limbs moved, the culture fluid was stirred. Suddenly, her blue hair drifted with the culture solution, looking like a beautiful angel. Even Legoland, who is not very interested in female S**X, can't help swallowing at this moment. I have to say that Ayanami in front of her is too charming. He didn't believe that anyone in this world could resist the charm of this woman. What is beautiful beauty is what Legoland has seen today. As soon as Ayanami wakes up, the culture fluid is emptied immediately. Suddenly, a nearly perfect ketone body appeared before his eyes. The eyes that made him couldn't help looking straightened. And when he looked at Ayanami, Ayanami also looked at him quietly. After a while, she seemed to remember, calmly and nonchalantly, "Master." As a clone, Legoland naturally needs to implant basic memories for Ling Poly in advance. Ayapoly's general memory is consistent with the original, but on this basis, Legoland also added memory fragments about him. In Ayanami's memory, he is Ayanami's young master, and Ayanami is his adopted maid since childhood. The purpose of her existence is to serve and protect Legoland. In other words, she has lived for Legoland all her life. Although implanting such memory fragments is a bit narcissistic. However, Legoland must have done what all men want to do. Well, put on your clothes. Your first battle should begin. Legoland handed the pre-prepared combat uniform to Ling Poly's hand, and pointed to the large screen not far away. At this moment, what is shown on the big screen is Chitori's invasion of the Earth, the Battle of New York. Looking at the picture on the screen, Ayanami's eyes showed a gleam. Is it a new type of apostle? You can understand that, because their purpose is the same, they all want to destroy our world. Destroy the world, I know, I won't let them succeed. Ayanami quickly put on the combat uniform and walked directly to the zero plane. Looking at Lingpoli's charming back, Luolan showed a smile on his face. As expected to be the originator of the three no girls, her personality is really cold. But, I like it. Ayanami stepped onto the lift and came directly to the cockpit of the zero plane. The head of scientific research quickly ran to Luolan. Master, isn't you the one who entered the cab? No, she is more suitable for number 0 than me. Luolan shook his head, with a meaningful smile on his face. I see. The head of scientific research nodded and quickly returned to his job. Building the EVA body is a big project, although he is the only one who knows how to make it. But he couldn't complete this big project by himself. So in the early stage, he used the influence of the Franklin family to recruit high-tech talents from all over the world. Then gathered them all together, and this made all of this in front of me. At this moment, it is time to test them. The cockpit of the zero plane slowly opened, and Ayanami walked in very skillfully. Suddenly, a faint yellow liquid completely submerged her. This is the LCL solution, which also becomes the water of life. It is the medium that provides the spiritual link between the driver and the EVA body. Although there is a link device on the driver's head. But as long as there is LCL solution wrapped around the driver, the entire EVA body can still be manipulated. At the same time, LCL liquid can directly provide oxygen to the driver's lungs. It can also slow down physical attacks in combat, isolate mental pollution, and undertake the task of life support. So this is a very important thing. If people are suddenly submerged in liquids, they will definitely feel fearful. But Ayanami was exceptionally calm, because such a scene had been experienced countless times in her memory. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Perfect Combination, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. The report shows that the driver's vital signs are stable and his heart rate is normal, but there is no fluctuation at all. It's incredible. The first time I entered the cockpit, it was so calm. Is this the best driver? The young master said. It's amazing. That's also to say, how could it be easy to be cloned by our young master who spent hundreds of millions of dollars in more than half a year? Just entering the cockpit, Ayanami's performance shocked a group of staff. No wonder they, Luolan actually picked other drivers before Lingpali was cloned. And also did long-term training, but the result was rejected by the body. And there are many people who can't even get through the LCL solution in the first stage. Once they are submerged by the LCL solution, their heart rate will change immediately. In this way, let alone driving the EVA body, even staying in the LCL solution has become a difficult task. Therefore, when Ayanami performed so easy and simple, they were naturally surprised. All the docking positions in the rack are correct, and the stop signal plug has been discharged. Start inserting the insertion plug. The insertion is complete, and the first contact begins. A neural connection is not abnormal, the two-way circuit has been opened, the synchronization rate is 50%, the harmonics are all normal values, and there is no loss of control. It's great, it's a perfect match, this number 0 machine is simply tailor-made for her. Seeing this result, the faces of all scientific researchers were full of excited smiles. How did they know that Ayanami was originally the fitter of the 0 machine? In the original book, no one can drive except her. But here, because Luolan has the system, he can also drive. But since Ayanami has been cloned, he naturally has no need to drive. Compared to being the driver of EVA, he is more willing to be the master behind the scenes, to be a great scientist. Master, everything is normal, you can start the launch. Well, let's start launching. Luolan nodded. Ready to launch, the first locking bolt is released, and the release is complete. The umbilical pipeline bridge begins to move, the second locking bolt is released, and the release is complete. The first restraint is removed, and the second restraint is also removed. Release the safety devices from number 1 to number 15, confirm the release. The internal power supply is fully charged, and the external power socket is all normal. Emission. As the launch order was issued, the ground suddenly cracked in a valley in the suburbs of New York, exposing a hole about 100 meters in diameter. As soon as the entrance of the cave appeared, a thunderous roar came from the depths of the entrance. Then, a giant yellow EVA mech with a height of about 80 meters appeared. Target, all the invaders in the center of New York City. Luolan gave the order. Yes. Ayanami nodded, and controlled EVA to rush towards the center of the city 20 kilometers away. The 80-meter-tall EVA shook the ground and the house swayed every step it took. Such movement naturally shocked everyone. What's the matter? Is there a sudden earthquake? Isn't it? It's so unlucky. Even if the aliens invaded, there was still an earthquake. It's really a misfortune. Wait, what do you think it is? Just as everyone was curious, some people's eyes immediately turned to a large mountain on the outskirts of the city. At this moment, a giant ran out of the mountain, a distance of tens of kilometers away. The giant reached them in just a few steps. Suddenly, a guy who looked like a yellow mecha and was not a mecha who could only see his face when they looked up appeared in front of them. This huge yellow guy is nothing else, it is naturally the EVA Zero machine driven by Ayanami. What is this? Is it also an alien? His appearance is completely different from the appearance of those aliens, he shouldn't be in the same group. Not an alien, is it a new high-tech robot invented by our planet? He does look like a robot. Could this be Iron Man's new steel armor? You really look like that, what a cool armor. This is too high. Yes, this is almost 100 meters tall, right? Everyone mistaken EVA for the steel armor made by Tony Stark. Even the members of a group of Avengers all turned their eyes to Tony Stark. Tony Stark shook his head dumbfounded. Don't look at me, I didn't make this. You should be able to tell from the appearance, this is not my design style at all. Apart from you, who else in this world can make such a mecha? Natasha Romanoff said with a skeptical look. I admit that I am a genius, but I really didn't make this one, and I can't create such a tall armor at the moment. And this guy is not a purely machine armor. Under his steel armor, there is actually a huge amount of organic life form. Tony Stark, through the ability of artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, quickly discovered that the EVA in front of him was not as simple as a normal steel armor. After knowing this, even if he was a technological genius, he couldn't help being shocked. The huge amounts of guy in front of him turned out to be a perfect combination of organic life forms and steel mechas. Asterisk. Chapter 4 A Strange Ally, please ask for flowers and comments. Organic life form. Are you saying that someone in this mecha is also controlling it? Captain America Rogers asked curiously. It's not just as simple as someone's control. Tony stared at Eva standing not far away with a stunned face, with a strange light shining in his eyes. It's not that simple, what is it? Natasha Romanoff looked at Tony Stark curiously, hoping that he could give an answer. But facing her question, Tony Stark did not answer. Instead, he looked at the giant mecha as if he were looking at a beautiful piece of art. At this moment, Chidori attacked again, and giant whale-like creatures tens of meters long attacked the complex. As far as their huge bodies are concerned, once they hit these buildings, the damage they can cause is absolutely devastating. Upon seeing this, the faces of several Avengers members immediately showed horror. They want to attack the building complex. They must not be allowed to succeed. Once these buildings collapse, tens of thousands of civilians will be buried. It will be a purgatory on Earth. Hulk, where's the Hulk? Let Hulk do it? Tony Stark said anxiously. While he was talking, a motorcycle sound came from not far away, and I saw Dr. Banner riding a motorcycle to the crowd. Seeing such a scene, the faces of everyone could not help showing a look of astonishment. "Dr. Banner, you are finally here, and now we need your anger." Rogers looked at Banner and said, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Hearing this, Dr. Banner glanced at Captain America Rogers and said, "That's right, I've been angry all the time." After that, Dr. Banner's body immediately swelled. In the blink of an eye, he became a green giant with a height of 3 meters. As soon as the Hulk appeared, he punched the head of the giant alien creature that was approaching them. The force that was so strong that it was almost abnormal, immediately stopped the giant alien creature from beating. But his body was too big, and his head was stopped with a punch from the Hulk. But his huge body continued to rush forward because of inertia. Suddenly, the body of the alien creature, like a tall building, was pressed towards Natasha Romanoff and Rogers, as well as the surrounding group of people. Such huge amounts of body, once depressed, let alone ordinary people. Even Natasha Romanoff and Rogers will be hit hard. And at this critical moment, a huge amounts of palm grabbed the alien creature's tail one step ahead. Then he lifted it up like a chicken, clenching his fists tightly. It turned out that this giant alien creature was crushed into flesh only by grip. The green blood was like burst juice, splashing on the body of the Zero Machine everywhere. The huge palm that suddenly appeared was naturally the Zero Machine driven by Ayanami. This giant actually saved us. Is he really our side? Is it our ally? Allies. I don't remember that we have such huge amounts of allies. Hawkeye said curiously. It's also the first time I have seen this big guy. Huge amounts of alien creatures look like ordinary beasts in front of him. No matter what, he saved us, then he shouldn't be our enemy. Rogers analyzed. Since it is not an enemy, it is an ally. With such a strong ally, we may be able to win. The allies are so powerful. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we didn't give a little bit? Stark said. What I said is, you continue to fight, and Natasha Romanoff and I are going to close the space wormhole. Captain America Rogers looked at a tall building in the distance. The beam of huge amounts of light was emitted from that tall building. Just when a group of Avengers members were thinking about how to close the space wormhole, Nick Fury, who was on the sky carrier, received a call from the upper deck. "Commander Fury, the meeting has made a decision." A very solemn female voice came from the phone. "I know that the meeting has made a decision, but given that the decision is so utterly eloquent, I intend to ignore it." Nick Fury said angrily. "Commander Fury, you are closer to the front line than any of us, as long as you release a fighter." At this moment, a man's voice came out, but before he could finish speaking, Nick Fury interrupted him. "Congressman, unless I am sure that my team members can't stand it, I will never issue a nuclear strike order in a densely populated area." Nick Fury said seriously. "But if we don't block these alien creatures here, we will have nothing. If I let that plane take off, we would have nothing." After that, Nick Fury turned off the phone directly. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the screen in front of him. What I saw on the screen was exactly the picture of Eva Zero Machine fighting giant alien creatures. "Unfamiliar ally, hope your appearance can prevent this catastrophe." Asterisk. Chapter 5 Arrogant and Arrogant Guy. For the Eva mecha that suddenly appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D was also particularly shocked and incredible. Because of this mecha form they have never seen before, they have seen the steel armor made by Stark so far. The yellow mecha in front of me looked like it was made of steel, but through the detection of their high-definition probes, there was clearly an organism in the steel mecha. And the thermal imaging instrument also clearly detected the heat activity, not just a little bit, but all over the mecha. In this way, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D members are naturally confused. Such strange mechas are simply unheard of, and such huge amounts of mechas, according to normal circumstances, require a lot of materials to build. However, their S.H.I.E.L.D. Intelligence Bureau did not respond at all to this, and their knowledge of the mecha was basically zero. This is worthy of further investigation. A huge mecha that even S.H.I.E.L.D. has never understood. What is behind it that is in control? Nick Fury is extremely curious and interested in this. Is there any information about this mecha? Nick Fury asked while looking at the Hill agent. Hill agent shook his head, looking helpless. Said, there is no information about this thing in our database, and there is no trace of cobweb horses at all, as if this thing appeared out of thin air. It's impossible to appear out of thin air. It can only be said that this mecha has done a good job of confidentiality. Nick Fury said solemnly. Phil Coulson, have you located the location where the mecha appears? Nick Fury asked to the communicator. The communicator immediately sent back Phil Coulson's voice, saying, it has been located. It is the Angus Mountains, the property of the Franklin family. Franklin family. I know. Hearing the Franklin family, Nick Fury was secretly shocked. The Franklin family is the largest chaebol family in their beautiful country. Their industries are spread all over the world, and their influence is so wide that they even involve Congress. Not to mention anything else, part of their S.H.I.E.L.D. financial expenditure was funded by the Franklin family. In this way, he was naturally shocked to hear that this mecha actually came from the Franklin family's turf. Does this giant mecha have something to do with that guy? A handsome young man immediately appeared in Nick Fury's mind. That young man is no one else but the newest man in power of the Franklin family, Legoland. Franklin. He still clearly remembered that as early as a year ago, this young and arrogant guy seemed to him to easily breach the Pentagon and their S.H.I.E.L.D. network security system. Then it arrogantly showed a picture of shit on all their computer screens. After that, instead of fleeing, he even led a team of men and horses into their secret base of SHIELD. Asked to see him by name, saying that he wanted to discuss with him about the security system upgrade. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who made him has no face. With a hard temper, he ignored that guy's request and wanted to hold Legoland criminally responsible. But Legoland was not afraid of him at all, and left a sentence, "You will regret it." And left with a big swing. Almost did not make him angry, but more than a year later, Lego Ian's criminal responsibility has not been investigated. Their S.H.I.E.L.D. financial allocation was much less. After investigation, he was shocked to discover that the kid turned out to be their rich man's father. But when he figured this out, it was already too late. So at this moment, I saw that the huge amounts of EVA mecha appeared from Franklin's site. The first thing he thought of was the fellow Legoland. While Nick Fury was still in a daze, the battle outside had entered a white-hot stage. The appearance of EVA not only shocked a group of people on Earth, but Chidori was also full of horror. What's the matter with this giant that suddenly appeared? There is no such thing in the intelligence provided by Loki. Damn it, Loki is always unreliable. After we occupy this planet, we must let our Lord punish him. This is necessary, because the appearance of this giant has delayed our victory by a few minutes. Unforgivable. Tell our soldiers to focus their firepower on the giant and eliminate the biggest threat first. Yes. In the depths of the starry sky, the commander of the Chidori army looked at the screen in front of him with a cold expression, and then issued a new combat plan. In the original plot, the target of Chidori's attack was the members of Avengers First. But at this moment, because of the emergence of EVA, all the firepower is concentrated on the EVA Zero machine Ayanami. Watching tens of thousands of Chidori focus their firepower on the Zero machine. The faces of a group of Avengers were worried. Even a group of researchers in Eva's secret base showed surprise on their faces. "Master, it's not good, all the firepower of these guys has been concentrated on the Zero machine. Why, this is exactly the test intensity I want, otherwise how can the world see the power of Eva?" The old author's new book, Quality Assurance, asking for flowers and comments, I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Unfolding the Absolute Domain, at Force Field, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. Legoland said with a calm face that he did not mind Chitori's concentrated fire attack at all. Because of the power of Eva, he knew it well, just like this firepower wanted to kill Eva, in his opinion, it was an idiot dream. Although he was not worried at all, a group of scientific researchers did not have such confidence. Because they clearly know that the Eva mecha is not a real steel giant. Under Eva's steel mecha, there is a flesh and blood body, even if they don't know what that flesh and blood body is. But in the eyes of ordinary people, the strength of a flesh and blood body can never be compared with a steel body. So once the outer steel mecha was hit by heavy fire, even if there is no problem with the steel body, the flesh and blood wrapped in the steel body will definitely be severely damaged. Not to mention that there is also a human controller in this mech Ayanami. At this moment, Ayanami is the brain of the Eva mecha. Once her controller is injured, the entire mecha will be paralyzed immediately. At that time, his huge body, which originally had a huge advantage, will become a living target for the enemy, and he can only wait for death. This is the worry of all researchers, but they are not to blame. After all, they were split into countless groups in order to work confidentially. Each team is only responsible for a small part of Eva research and development. So they have no idea about the overall performance of the Eva. They are even less likely to know as clearly as Legoland that the so-called steel mecha is just a restraint. The reason why Eva is powerful is not at all on the outer mecha, but the life form inside the mecha. In this world, only Ling Poly and Legoland know what the life forms inside the mecha are. It was a copy of the huge life form made by the origin of life called Adam or Lilith. Eva is an existence that can directly face a powerful apostle. How can such an existence be injured by ordinary artillery fire? If this were the case, then their humans would not have created an Eva body to fight the apostle. Wouldn't it be better to use firepower directly? In this way, Legoland, who knew everything, naturally did not worry about Chitori's firepower being covered. Not only was he not worried, but he was extremely excited and looking forward to it. Because even he hadn't witnessed such a scene with his own eyes. Woo woo. Warning, warning, the opponent's firepower is fully covered, please be prepared. At this moment, a rapid alarm sounded in the huge base. This siren is used to alert the scientific research personnel in the base. The other is actually to remind the driver Ayanami. Compared with the nervousness of the scientific researchers, Ling Poly's face was as calm and indifferent as Legoland. Is it covered with full firepower? Ayanami murmured to herself, her face as calm as a pool of lake water. At this moment, thousands of Chitori soldiers, either riding on a flight machine, or holding a long spear like a half-month scepter, aimed at huge amounts of evil level 0. Then he pulled the trigger at the same time, and suddenly blue energy waves cut through the sky like meteors in the night sky. The horrible air-tearing sound is like howling evil spirits crawling out of hell, making people shudder upon hearing it. Between the electric light and flint, a series of energy waves like raindrops enveloped the EVA 0 machine. Suddenly, the gunpowder billowed and black smoke filled the body. The huge amounts of Eva's body was completely covered by the dense smoke, and it was impossible to see what was going on under the smoke at all. But all human beings with normal thoughts have a look of panic and despair on their faces. Because in their opinion, such an attack is simply too late in public. It is impossible for anyone to be able to bear it. Not even a body of steel. No one knows this better than Tony Stark. If the person standing there at the moment is him. Then there is no need to think about it, his steel armor will definitely be blasted into broken bronze and iron. Naturally, he himself couldn't survive. Is it over like this? Hey, strange ally, do you have to say goodbye before you know it? Natasha Romanoff and Rogers sighed, their faces full of regret. But at this moment, Tony Stark's excited voice rang in the communicator. No, the result seems to be different from what we thought. I can still sense that strange life form. His breath is not weak in the slightest, on the contrary, it has risen even more. Is he okay? How could this be possible? Everyone's faces were full of shock when they heard Tony's words. At this moment, the black smoke dissipated, and the yellow Zero machine stood in front of the world. Not only that, at this moment, an octagonal golden halo appeared in front of the Zero machine, looking extremely mysterious. Seeing this octagonal golden halo, Luo Ian's face showed an excited smile. Is this the force field known as the Absolute Domain? It's really fascinating. Does anyone watch it? Ask for some flowers and comments. Your support is my biggest motivation. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Mysterious Guy. This golden halo that suddenly appeared in front of everyone was nothing else, it was the force field that only the Apostle and Eva could have. The force field is also called the Absolute Field. The Apostle or Eva can greatly increase the range of the soul matter field by providing energy through the special structure of its body. Thus, a space suitable for the existence of soul matter is formed around the body, which is controlled by the soul. The free soul matter will be distributed in this space, and then form an absolute field outside the body. Since the amount of soul matter is limited, part of the soul matter distributed outside the body is transformed from the body's tissues. It's just that the impact of this transformation on the body is minimal. This process of forming the absolute realm outside the body is called expanding the absolute realm. The visual force field is in the shape of a golden fit polygon. The force field can withstand almost all conventional weapons attacks, and only another force field can neutralize it. It is precisely because they know the nature of the force field that they are so calm. For them, Chitori's firepower attack is nothing more than a conventional weapon. In this way, they are naturally not afraid. But unlike them, looking at the scene in front of them, everyone's faces showed incredible color. Block it, it's all blocked. What is that golden polygonal halo? This is incredible. Facing full firepower suppression, this giant actually resisted so lightly. Great, with the help of this giant, we must be able to repel these damn aliens. All the people were stunned at everything that happened in the distance, and a ray of hope appeared in their desperate eyes. Not only ordinary people felt incredible, but the members of a group of Avengers were also shocked. What a magical ability, it can block such a firepower attack in the air. Is this an energy barrier? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. Obviously, the person he asked was naturally the technological genius Tony Stark. Faced with Natasha Romanoff's question, Tony Terra did not answer immediately. Instead, he opened his mouth to issue an order to the artificial intelligence JARVIS. J.A.R.V.I.S, analyze now. Sir, it is being analyzed. After analysis, this golden polygonal halo is composed of a special substance, and the interior is a phase shift space. This is the main reason why it can defend. J.A.R.V.I.S replied. Special matter? A phase transition space is created. Do you know what this special matter is? Tony Stark curiously asked. He naturally knows the term phase shift, but he is very curious about the special substance spoken by JARVIS. At present, there is no record of this special substance in our database. It is unknown. We need to collect a little for entity analysis to understand its ingredients. J.A.R.V.I.S explained. I see, let's talk about it when I get the chance. This guy is not easy to provoke at first sight. You can't act rashly until you know its details. Tony Stark thought for a while and said. The place where the opponent came out is the Angus Mountains, where it belongs to the Franklin family. J.A.R.V.I.S said. The Franklin family. Then we can't act rashly. Hearing the Franklin family, Tony Stark's face couldn't help showing fear. As a well-known rich man and playboy in New York, there are only a handful of people in this world who can beat him in wealth. But this Franklin family is one of the few and the top one. At the same time, a handsome face appeared uncontrollably in his mind. He remembers that half a year ago, the new leader of the Franklin family, Luolan Franklin, found him. At that time, he was suffering from palladium poisoning leaked by arc reactor, and his life was at stake. On the grounds of saving his life, the other party asked him to provide related technology about arc reactor. But arc reactor is the lifeblood of their Stark Industries group and is the top priority. He naturally did not answer the request of the respondent. But the young man learned that he was unwilling to hand over arc reactor's technology. He was neither angry nor angry, but instead reminded him to let him see the relics left by his father. Among his father's relics, he may be able to find what he wants. At first he didn't take Luo Ian's words to heart, but in the end he was curious. He still found out what his father left him. It is precisely because of this that he discovered the brand new element that can replace the palladium element. Because of this, he saved his life, so he was grateful for the young man in power of the Franklin family. But while grateful, he became extremely curious about that guy. Where did the other party know that his father left him a relic? Where did he know that he could discover new elements through his father's relics? Questions lingered in his mind one by one, and the image of Luolan became extra mysterious in his heart in the invisible. If this catastrophe can be passed smoothly, I should pay back. Tony Stark said to himself. Thank you for your support, but the data is still too few: flowers, monthly tickets, evaluations, all kinds of shortages. Let's see if we can dry up to 5,000 flowers in one day today. If it's reached, I'll get better. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Keep the Ball and No People. Just when everyone was surprised and shocked by the performance of the Zero machine. In the cabin of Unit 0, there was a sneer on Ayanami's face, who had always been cold. Is this your firepower coverage? It doesn't seem to be great. It's time to look at me. Ayanami said to herself. The expression in her eyes immediately became sharp, and her red eyes burst out with a terrifying aura. Under her control, the force field disappeared in an instant, but there was also the figure of Eva who disappeared together. In this instant, the Zero plane took off in a vigorous step, and a forward somersault came in the air. One of his legs was like an axe, which smashed into the alien spaceship hovering in mid-air. The huge amounts of alien spaceships are comparable to warships, but at the moment there is an ordinary piece of wood at the foot of the Zero plane. It broke directly from it, and the flames and explosions suddenly lit up, and the deterrent spaceship turned into a pile of broken copper and iron. Screams and wailing sounds echoed in the entire space again. It's just that humans were making the sound before, and Chidori was making the sound this time. No. It's so possible. Kill him for me. Outside the wormhole, in the outer space, like an island with huge amounts of interstellar aircraft carrier, the Commander-in-Chief's angry roar erupted. As the Zeta Rising people whose technological level far exceeds that of the Earth, they follow Thanos to fight all the way. Invincible, many planets far stronger than the Earth were conquered by them, and finally stepped under their feet. In their past experience, they were the only ones who suppressed others, and they have never been crushed like this before. Shame, this is their great shame, Chidori. This shame will never be tolerated. They must bloodbath the entire Earth to relieve their hatred. Send the second fleet to me. I will destroy the entire planet, and I will let the Earthlings disappear from the universe. Upon hearing the commander's words, The adjutant around him hesitation said, "Sir, we have promised to leave this planet to Loki. Is this okay?" "Huh, my lord has agreed to Loki's request, leaving this weak planet to him, so that he can rule the world. But my lord did not say that we want to keep the life on this planet, so I immediately executed my order and kept the ball and no one." "Yes." The adjutant nodded and immediately issued the order. Upon hearing the order, the rest of Chidori went mad, with anger in their eyes. A series of terrifying roars erupted from Chidori's mouth. At the same time, they once again launched an attack on the Zero plane. But this time Ayanami did not give them the slightest chance. Just when they were about to fire, Ayanami's eyes burst out with a sharp light, and the Zero machine raised his hand and slammed the group of Chidori in front of him. Suddenly, the squally wind roared, and the palm of Unit 0 turned into an afterimage, and the terrifying speed directly tore the air open, bursting out a terrifying tearing air sounds. In the blink of an eye, the palm of Unit 0 seemed to have turned into Death God's sickle, and the vitality disappeared wherever it passed. Thousands of Chidori were like mosquitoes, without even screaming, they were directly photographed as scum. Roar. After the Chidori in front of him was easily resolved with a palm, Unit 0 looked like a beast, and even roared up to the sky. The huge amounts of sound shattered the pealing of the surrounding buildings. Not only that, Chidori, who was close by, was directly shocked to the point of bleeding, fell to the ground and died in an extremely miserable state. Hearing the roar of the Zero machine, the Hulk who was blasting Chidori was shocked and fell from the building wall. Then he covered his ears in pain, looking very uncomfortable. Such a scene cannot help but make him feel like déjà vu. When General Ross arrested him, he used a sonic attack. At that time, it was exactly what it felt now, but at this moment this roar was even more terrifying than the previous sonic attack. And now he was still some distance away from the giant, if the other party yelled in front of him. Even if it is him, it is estimated that he will be fainted instantly. After understanding this, Rao was a monster like the Hulk, and his eyes showed fear in the eyes of the Zero machine. In front of this terrifying giant, who is the monster? There was a question in his heart. Just relying on sound waves to give a group of aliens to the second, this strength is too terrifying. This guy is far more terrifying than these aliens. Fortunately, he is on our side now, otherwise it will be unthinkable. Several Avengers members covered their ears and said with horror on their faces. The giant that appeared suddenly, showed up for less than 5 minutes, but the combat effectiveness it showed was simply overwhelming. Even the well-informed people can't help but feel terrified. This can be said to be the strongest existence they have seen so far. Flowers, reviews, monthly tickets, all come here. 5 more stable updates. As long as the data is good, the outbreak of 7 to 8 is even more uncertain. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Star-Destroying Shock Cannon. The kid said I would regret it. Did he mean this guy? Looking at the picture displayed on the screen, Nick Fury muttered to himself, his face full of bitterness. To be honest, he does regret it now. If you knew Legoland was Franklin's power, you knew that guy could make such a terrifying guy. At the beginning, he said nothing would treat Legoland with that kind of attitude, but now their SHIELD not only has their finances cut by more than half. He didn't even win over such a powerful existence, which was really not what he expected. As other Avengers members said, fortunately, this giant is now on their side. If he was not on their side, but on their opposite side, it would be their S.H.I.E.L.D. nightmare. When he thought of this, he felt a little trouble sleeping and eating. Such a powerful guy, absolutely cannot let him become our enemy. After this war is over, I should take the initiative to meet that jealous fellow. Nick Fury thought to himself inwardly. He has always been tough and never succumbed to others. But this time, he had to change. New York Center. With the great power of the Zero machine, a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers were killed in seconds. But the militant Chidori did not stop the pace of aggression. Not only did they not, but they became even more crazy, just like Beast's counterattack before his death. Dozens of giant whale-like alien creatures jointly launched an attack towards the Zero Plane. And in the space wormhole in the sky, interstellar spacecraft filed in. This is Chidori's second fleet. In the past, they conquered a planet, and they only needed to send the first fleet. But this time, not only did their first fleet fail to occupy the Earth as promised, it also suffered heavy losses, losing most of its troops. This is a shame, a great shame. If they don't slaughter the entire Earth clean today, then their entire fleet will be put to shame. This is something they can't accept anyway. Use the star-destroying concussion cannon. Kill the life of the entire planet for me, and restore peace to this planet. Chidori's commander-in-chief said coldly, without any emotion in his words. After fighting with Thanos for many years, the lives of their fleets were not tens of billions, but also billions. So clearing life on the Earth is like clearing a termite nest for them. Will you sympathize with termites and have mercy on them? Obviously not, because in the eyes of ordinary people, this is just a trivial ant. Yes, in Chidori's eyes, people on Earth are ants. Hearing the command of the commander-in-chief, the captain of the interstellar ship that first arrived on Earth nodded immediately. Understood, the subordinate immediately used the star-destroying oscillator to clean up this junk planet. After that, the huge interstellar ship was immediately suspended in the air, and there were several frigates around him to prevent interference from outsiders. Seeing such a battle, the faces of all the people on Earth showed a look of horror. How many people have these aliens brought over, and how can it be endless? I thought it would be possible to drive them away quickly because of the appearance of giants, but now it seems that it won't be that easy. These guys seem to have gone crazy, and they have sent more troops. Is our Earth going to end? No, I'm still young, I still want to live. Come on, giant. Eliminate them all. Come on. A group of people looked angrily at Chidori's battleships, which were constantly pouring into the space wormhole. They clasped their fists together, and began to pray spontaneously. At this moment, in their hearts, EVA Zero Machine is not only their fighter, but also their hope and belief. They put their hope of victory on the EVA Zero Machine. Looking at the reactions of the people, even Luolan in the secret base did not expect it. After falling into a brief silence, he smiled slightly and said to himself, "Don't worry, Unit Zero will never let you down." At this moment, a beam of huge amounts of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the star warship in the center, and then hit the ground in New York heavily. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound blasted the entire city, and under this impact, the ground shook. Then a huge amounts of shock waves swept around like a sea wave. Suddenly, all the buildings within 1 kilometer were submerged by this shock wave, and finally turned into pieces of rubble. The people who originally hid in the building also died on the spot. Such a terrifying scene is like the end of the world. Drag everyone from the world into purgatory. Damn, what do they want? Seeing that Chidori suddenly used the destroyer concussion cannon. Standing on the roof of the Stark industrial building, Loki's face was extremely ugly and angry. He agreed to Thanos to attack the Earth and help him win the space gem. It's because he wants to be the king of this planet. But if this trend continues, all creatures on the Earth will become extinct. How can he be the king of this world, rule a planet without living things? What kind of king? Dear viewers, please vote for more flowers evaluation and monthly tickets, and give me 5,000 flowers, which is a refreshing update. Asterisk. Chapter 10 High Vibration Particle Knife. Did you see? This is a good thing you did. Pillage by force cannot make you a king, it will only make the people of this planet hate you. On the roof of the Stark industrial building, Thor grabbed the corner of Loki's clothes and roared angrily. Facing his brother's questioning, Loki's face showed a look of sorry. I don't want this either, but it's too late. Loki shook his head and said, his face full of guilt. Seeing him like this, Thor's face showed a touch of distress. It won't be too late, as long as you stop this war and close the space wormhole, this planet will be saved. Thor looked at Loki politely and said, with hope in his eyes, he didn't want to watch his brother go astray. But what he didn't expect was that while he was talking, Loki grabbed his collar with his backhand, and then pierced his abdomen with a dagger. Suddenly, a burst of blood gushed out, and Thor looked at Loki in disbelief, and his eyes burst into rage. He slammed Loki's face hard with a punch, and directly collapsed to the ground. You have no cure, you have disappointed me too much. Thor angrily said. Thor, you still have that useless compassion like before. This is your fatal weakness. Hearing Loki's words, Thor was so angry that he rushed towards Loki. But at this moment, Loki jumped directly from the top of the building, then got on Chitauri's flight and fled quickly. Seeing such a scene, Thor was anxious and annoyed, just when he was about to pursue it. Tony Stark fell from a high altitude and appeared beside him. We need to destroy those interstellar warships. These guys don't intend to occupy our planet. He wants to destroy our planet. The pulse wave erupting from that interstellar battleship will get stronger and stronger. Once he is charged to a certain level, it can cause as much power as a meteorite hitting the Earth. At that time, all creatures on our planet will be extinct. Tony Stark's face was extremely solemn. Damn, these guys are crazy, I'll stop them. Thor's face was also solemn. With a leap, he flicked Mjolnir in his hand and flew towards Chitauri's star warship. Trying to destroy it, but Chitauri had prepared for it, just when Thor flew towards them at great speed. A blue interstellar energy cannon had already locked him, so he hadn't waited for him to approach Chitauri's battleship. He was bombarded by the interstellar energy cannon and flew upside down, and finally smashed through several buildings in a row before stopping with difficulty. And a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared under him. One can imagine how powerful this energy cannon is. Thor, this is not the time for you to fight back. Seeing Thor, who was bombarded by a blow, Tony Stark said silently. Shut your mouth, you are practicing fighting. Thor staggered to his feet from the pit, and said with an unhappy expression on his face. These guys are already prepared, it's not so easy to get close to them. At this moment, the voice of Captain America Rogers rang in their ears. You help me to avoid the attack of the frigate, and I will find another chance to smash the battleship in the center. Thor said. But at this moment, a dazzling light reappeared under the interstellar warship. Obviously, he was planning to conduct a second pulse attack. Seeing such a scene, Tony Stark's face was extremely solemn. Damn it, it's too late. If you don't interrupt him, the whole of New York will be in ruins. The energy of this pulse wave is increasing exponentially, and the power to be exploded this time will be 10 times that of just now. 10 times. The spread will reach as much as 10 kilometers, which will cause tens of thousands of people to sacrifice. Captain America Rogers said anxiously, his eyes full of worry and despair. Even he felt so helpless at this moment. But at this moment, the roar of joy suddenly sounded. These joyous roar sounds are naturally made by the people around. Hearing the sound of Huan roar, several of them subconsciously looked at the giant Eva body. Suddenly, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. I saw that the yellow giant suddenly pulled out a light knife tens of meters long from behind him. This light knife is nothing but Eva's most commonly used weapon, the high-vibration particle knife. The high-vibration particle knife vibrates rapidly at high frequency, so that it can separate and cut off the contacted matter at the subatomic energy level. The power can be said to be invincible. The length of this knife was originally very short. But in order to apply combat, Legoland deliberately lengthened it. Let it become the most handy weapon of the Zero Machine. The Zero Machine holding a high-vibration particle knife is like a fierce and invincible swordsman. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from him. It made them all shudder around, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, EVA number 0 maneuvered. Ask for flowers, evaluations, and monthly tickets, brothers, get it up for me. Asterisk. Chapter 11 High Energy Spike, Iron Man is in a hurry, please ask for flowers and comments. Huge amounts of EVA number 0 machine is like a beast, rushing to dozens of giant alien monsters. Under Ayanami's control, the high-vibration particle knife turned into an afterimage, traversing the bodies of giant alien monsters at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Under the high-vibration particle knife of Unit 0, the giant whale-like alien monster was cut in half instantly like tofu. The cut is extremely smooth, and it looks like there is no block, just as soft and fragile as real tofu. Because the speed of the knife was too fast, when the body of the Zero Machine passed through all the giant whale monsters, their bodies began to slowly fall and fell into 2 knots. Suddenly, the green blood spewed out, and the whole ground would be soaked into a sea of green. However, the body of Unit 0 was exceptionally clean, without a trace of blood. This is enough to show how skillful Ayanami is in grasping the timing of her move. Seeing such a scene, a group of people around screamed and shouted excitedly. My God! This giant is so cool, so awesome. With only a long knife, these alien monsters were killed in seconds. Sure enough, I didn't read the wrong person, this giant is our savior. Great, we can be saved. A group of people talked a lot, and their favorability for the EVA Zero machine increased linearly to the point where it was overwhelming. If the EVA Zero machine was their hope of victory before, then the EVA Zero machine is the proper savior in their hearts at this moment. Its status in their hearts seems to be higher than other superhero. Not just a group of ordinary people, but several Avengers members were also extremely surprised. Especially Tony Stark is even more so. Because no one knows better than him how abnormal defensive power the giant whale-like alien monster possesses. His skin is as hard as any steel, and even his gunfire can't break it open. He can only rely on the artificial intelligence of J.A.R.V.I.S to analyze the weaknesses of these giant monsters, and then kill them with difficulty. But at this moment, in front of the yellow giant, the giant whale monster, hard enough to resist artillery fire, turned out to be like tofu. It was cut into 2 pieces by the yellow giant with just a single knife. The destructive power of this kind was shocking. In this way, how could he not be shocked? What kind of super weapon is that long knife? It's really terrifying. Tony Stark looked at the lightsaber in the hands of Unit 0 with a shocked expression on his face. In addition to the shock, there was also a touch of heat. A weapon with such an attacking power, as a genius inventor, if he is not interested in it, it would be unreasonable. If his steel armor can be equipped with such weapons, then his strength will also be greatly improved. But now is not the time to think about this. Chitauri's interstellar warship is ready to release the second pulse wave. Once this pulse wave is emitted, a radius of more than 10 kilometers will be reduced to death. This is something he absolutely doesn't want to see, and they have to stop it whatever they say. But relying on the strength of their Avengers can't do it anymore. So he immediately transferred his hope to the EVA number 0 body in front of him. J.A.R.V.I.S immediately turned on the radio communication mode and tried to connect with the pilot in the mech. Let him solve those interstellar warships immediately, otherwise our entire city will be destroyed. Tony Stark said anxiously. Understand, try to connect now. Mr. Report, the other party has built a strong signal barrier, and the radio can't cut in. J.A.R.V.I.S replied. What? Damn, can't even ours connect? Tony Stark looked surprised. As a person at the forefront of science and technology, it is the first time that he has been so helpless in the field of science and technology. That can only show that the other party's technological level is not inferior to him, or even more superb than him. Inquire about the Franklin family's information, immediately call Ludo Ian's private number. Tony Stark thought for a while. Although he still couldn't completely determine where the giant in front of him came from. But he had a strong intuition that this giant should have inextricably linked relationships with that young man. So as long as you can find Ludo-lan, you may be able to contact the giant mecha in front of you. While trying to contact Ludo-lan, he flew directly to the Zero plane. Then he pointed at Chitori's interstellar battleship in the distance, trying to tell Unit Zero in sign language to solve the battleship. This scene looked a little funny, but it also fully explained that Tony Stark was indeed anxious. Seeing such a scene, Ludo-lan couldn't help showing a smile on his face in the secret base. It's rare to see Tony Stark anxiously become such a situation. But Tony's anxiety was obviously unnecessary. Because of Chitori's intentions, he had already discovered it. And the killing order has already been issued. Ayanami, let's do it. Flowers, evaluations, monthly tickets, all kinds of requests, brothers, come on. Pause time, asterisk. Chapter 12 Chitori panicked, please ask for flowers and comments. Hearing Ludo Ian's order, Ling Polly nodded, and her figure jumped out. The huge amounts of mecha looked incredibly light under her control. As for the Iron Man who had been gesturing in front of her, she completely ignored it. In her eyes, she only had the young master Ludo-lan. Ludo Ian's orders are above all else. As long as Ludo-lan asks her to do something, even if she goes through fire and water, she will not hesitation. Does he understand my gestures? Seeing the huge amounts of mecha rushing directly towards Chitori's Star Warship, Tony Stark looked excited. He thought it was Ayanami who understood his gestures. As everyone knows, Ling Polly didn't even look at him at all, she was completely under the command of Ludo-lan. If this is known to Tony Stark, who is arrogant and conceited, he doesn't know what he will think. I would be embarrassed. At this moment, in the secret base, Ludo Ian's assistant walked quickly to Ludo Ian's side. Master, a private call from Tony Stark. The assistant handed the phone to Ludo-lan. Looking at the handed mobile phone, Ludo-lan showed a smile on his face. You guy is also in a hurry, it's really rare. After talking, Ludo-lan answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Tony Stark's breathless voice came. The gestures in front of the Zero machine just now consumed his energy. Is that you? Tony Stark asked directly. His words were puns, and he asked if the person on the other end of the phone was Ludo-lan. Secondly, I asked if the EVA number 0 machine outside was made by Ludo-lan. Ludo-lan can naturally hear this. He smiled, did not deny, and said, it's me. Although I had guessed in my heart, it was all a guess before. When he heard from Ludo-lan that Ludo-lan was behind the giant mecha, his heart still jumped wildly. The level of shock was no less than the shock he had caused when he saw aliens invading the Earth for the first time. After a long silence, Tony seemed to recover from the shock. I see, when this war is over, I will visit you. After that, Tony Stark stopped talking nonsense and hung up the phone. He already knew what he wanted to know, and Unit Zero had already acted. So naturally he didn't need to continue talking to Ludo-lan. And he also deeply understood that what he wanted to say to Ludo-lan could not be explained by phone alone. He needs to go to the Franklin family in person and visit Ludo-lan in person. Yes, here he is talking about visiting, not meeting. This is enough to show how much weight Ludo-lan has in his mind at this moment. Seeing Tony Stark hung up his phone directly, Ludo-lan smiled, turned around and threw the phone back to the assistant. If someone called Tony Stark sees me next time, don't open the door for him and leave it to me. Hang up my phone, you still haven't figured out the situation. Luolan shook his head and smiled. New York City Center. During the short time he answered the phone. The EVA-0 plane has already rushed to Chitorai's second fleet. Looking at the huge amounts of EVA mecha, a group of Chitori in the interstellar battleship couldn't help but frightened. They just saw this huge amounts of guy killing their dozens of giant beasts in one go. The people on Earth may not know the terrifying defenses of their giant beasts, but they themselves clearly understand. The shells of these giant beasts are as solid as a rock, not to mention the backward weapons of the people on Earth. Even if the high-tech weapons they made themselves wanted to cut them off like that giant mecha, it was impossible. In this way, when they saw the EVA-0 machine cut off their behemoth like a melon, they naturally felt extremely frightened. "Stop him, stop him. Destroy this monster for me," the commander of the Second Fleet said nervously. Even he couldn't help being frightened. It is conceivable that the EVA-0 machine has caused them so much psychological shadow. It was the first time that their Zatarus fleet suffered such a large loss in such a short period of time. So for the EVA-0 machine in front of them, they are naturally facing the enemy. Yes, the target of the energy cannon is locked, launch it. The target of the energy cannon has been locked, launch it. All the frigates guarding the center battleship all target the EVA-0 machine muzzle. Attempt to destroy the EVA-0 machine with one blow, and then give the interstellar battleship time to fire a second pulse cannon. But how could Ayanami give them this opportunity, watching the energy cannons hit like raindrops? Without saying anything, Ayanami directly opened the force field. As a result, everyone was in awe, and a stunned scene appeared. I saw the EVA-0 machine rush towards a group of interstellar warships with the energy cannons. That brave and fearless look is very much like a super soldier dedicated to his country. And the energy cannons that can easily destroy the buildings. At the moment, in front of the force field, it seemed so weak. It turned out to be just a little ripple from the golden octagonal halo. In addition, it has no effect at all. How could it be possible? Such a scene blinded all Chitori. Ask for flowers, reviews and monthly tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Synchronization rate increased by 15%. For his own high-tech weapons, Chitori is full of confidence. In the years of warfare, they have conquered countless planets with their powerful technological weapons. Defeated batch after batch of stubborn enemies, even the planets that have the same high-tech weapons as them. Their weapons will not even be incapable of attacking the opponent's defense. But today's scene is completely beyond their imagination. Their powerful energy cannons were completely unable to shake the strange halo barrier unfolded by the giant mecha in front of them. This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Impossible, give me more attack. Destroy it, we must destroy it. Report, sir, this is already the greatest firepower. The gunner said bitterly. Although he also extremely hoped to be able to eliminate the giant monster in front of him. But the reality is extremely cruel, he launched the strongest firepower from the beginning. But even so, it was impossible to hurt the monster in front of him. Looking at the approaching number 0 machine, his heart was full of fear, almost desperate. Seeing such a scene, the commander of the Second Fleet sank and immediately made a brand new decision. If this monster doesn't die, we won't be able to conquer this planet. Although he didn't want to admit it, in the face of reality, he just didn't want to admit it and had to admit it. Immediately turn the direction of the Star Destruction Concussion Cannon to destroy this monster first. The commander immediately issued a brand new order. What? Commander, aim the muzzle at this monster. But at such a close distance, the impact generated by the Star Destroyer cannon will affect us. There is no other way, immediately turn on the energy shield to minimize the damage. No one knows the power of the Star Destroyer cannon better than his commander. Even if they attack the ground, they must maintain a certain height between the warship and the ground, and they must also install protective measures. Therefore, Once the position of the muzzle is changed, it is equivalent to the failure of the previous protective measures. And at the moment EVA 0 machine is too close to them. Once the star-destroying cannon is launched, even they themselves will be greatly implicated. By the time they themselves are afraid that they will be buried here. If he changed to the past, he would never take this risk. But it was different at the moment, he had no other choice. The other energy cannons couldn't even break through the monster's protective barrier. It feels like itching. If you don't use more powerful firepower, once the monster breaks through their red line, then what awaits them must be their destruction. He had no doubt about this. So he must change his strategy. Hearing the commander's order, the faces of a group of Chidori showed madness. They are also bloody. They have been so embarrassed for the first time after so many years of fighting. If this monster cannot be eliminated today, it will be a shame for them for a lifetime. Understand the sir, immediately switch the muzzle. Under the power of our Star Destroyer cannon, this monster in front of us will definitely be wiped out. Yes, it will definitely kill. A group of Chidori, with red eyes. One by one looked like beasts in desperation. Just as they screamed frantically, the second charge of the Star Destroyer cannon had been completed. Emission. In a roar, the Star Destroyer gleamed with dazzling light. It blasted the EVA 0 plane with the power of destruction. In an instant, it collided with the force field opened by the Zero machine. Rumble. The fire like the big interstellar bang illuminates the entire New York City. The place where the two collided is like a rising sun. It's so dazzling that you can't look directly at it. Such a terrifying scene, one can imagine how powerful the star-destroying cannon possesses. If this bombards the ground, the destructive power it can cause will be devastating. This is likely to be worse than Tony Stark expected. And the power of such a huge amount of star-destroying cannon, at this moment, it is completely aimed at the EVA 0 machine. I have to say that this is a great test for EVA 0 machine. In the face of such an attack, can she resist it? I'm afraid that the giant will be destroyed by this gunfire, right? All the people on Earth couldn't help but come up with such an idea. Worry, expect, and despair. Complicated emotions are coming, causing everyone to close their eyes. Facing such a terrible attack, Ayanami's face also showed a rare solemn expression. Because she had already seen signs of cracks in her force field. According to the formation principle of force field, the only way to break through the force field is to use another force field for neutralization. The essence of force field is the formation of phase shift space. In other words, the powerful energy erupted from the star-destroying cannon at this moment. A phase shift space has also been created. In this way, even she must go all out. At this moment, Ayanami's mental state immediately became highly concentrated. Suddenly, a group of researchers in the EVA base was horrified to discover the synchronization rate of Ayanami and EVA 0 machine unexpectedly increased by 15%, reaching an astonishing level of 65%. Flowers, reviews, monthly tickets, all come. Asterisk. Chapter 14 There seems to be stars in the palm, please ask for flowers and comments. The audience masters who have seen EVA know that the higher the synchronization rate between the qualified person and the EVA body, the better the coordination will be. It is more straightforward and clear, that is, the higher the synchronization rate, the stronger the strength that EVA can burst out. This can be clearly seen in the body of EVA Pig's feet. The synchronization rate is 400%, and the apostle is directly stripped and swallowed. So at this moment, the synchronization rate between Ayanami and number 0 has increased by 15%, which means that the strength of number 0 has directly risen to a higher level. Suddenly, Ayanami's red eyes burst out with a sharp light. At this moment, the force field that she unfolded reached a critical value, and she immediately collapsed and shattered. Seeing such a scene, Chidori screamed excitedly in the interstellar battleship. Broken, ha ha ha, that guy's defensive barrier is finally broken. Star Destroyer hail, this damn monster must die. Without the blocking of a defensive barrier, no creature can withstand the anger of the Star Destroyer. I just said, our Zetaruy army is invincible, and any enemy will be trampled under our feet. Roar sounds came from Chidori's mouth. It feels as if I have seen the EVA Zero machine die. Compared with Chidori's elation, a group of people on Earth have a look of despair on their faces. Broken, the golden octagonal halo is broken, this is impossible. Can't being as strong as a giant save us? No, I don't want to die. God bless, we must bless the giant to be all right. The people around all began to pray spontaneously, and their hopes were pinned on the EVA Zero machine. Compared with the panic and worry of ordinary people, Tony Stark is extremely calm. Because based on his detection, he found something strange. Just a moment ago, his energy sensor clearly found that the giant mecha deliberately took away a part of the energy used to maintain the shield. In other words, if the mecha didn't pump that energy away just now, so it is very likely that the shield will not be broken until now. Combining this situation, it is not so much that alien artillery shattered the giant's shield. Rather, it was deliberately broken. But why did he deliberately withdraw the energy of the shield? Is it because you know that it doesn't make sense to stick to it? But if there is no shield to stop him, wouldn't his body be exposed to gunfire? Can he resist it? What does he want to do? Questions lingered in Tony Stark's mind. He really couldn't understand the operation of the giant mecha in front of him. Just when he was extremely curious, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. And this scene also left an indelible trace in his heart. No, it's not just Tony Stark. This sentence should be said to all the people present. When a few years later, people recalled this moment again, there will be awe and admiration on the face. When the force field of the Zero machine was broken, Ayanami did not control the Zero machine to evade. Because she clearly knew that once she dodges, then this powerful energy cannon will pass her and hit the ground again. At that time, half of the city will be reduced to ruins, and her previous efforts will be wasted. In this way, she naturally can't dodge. And Ayanami did not bother to dodge. As the synchronization rate increases, her strength has multiplied. And the energy cannon that was able to destroy the force field of Unit 0 just now has also been weakened. Coupled with the improvement in her strength at the moment, this Star Destroyer has become inadequate in her eyes. Therefore, she gritted her teeth when facing the star-killing cannon that came towards her face. Then, Plane Zero raised its palm and blasted towards the Star Destroyer. Rumble. The earth-shattering explosion sounded in the palm of the Zero machine. A wave of air like a sea directly swept all around. Suddenly, the glass of the surrounding buildings all shattered. And the Zero machine is like a god, and its tall body still stands in front of everyone. His palm seemed to be holding an exploding star, and scorching rays of light flowed from between his fingers. Turned into a sharp edge, it seems to destroy everything. However, the Zero machine does not give them this opportunity. I saw him squeeze tightly, and the air burst in the palm of his hand. The star-killing cannon that could destroy most of the city was directly destroyed in the palm of his hand. In the end it turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Such an astonishing scene made everyone gasp. Part of Chidori suffered a cardiac arrest and was directly scared to death. It's impossible, impossible. Freak, what kind of freak is this? I blocked the star-destroying cannon with my bare hands and pinched it out. Where did this monster come from? Damn Loki, his information is wrong, the information is wrong, withdraw, withdraw quickly. The commander of the Second Fleet said in horror, and immediately wanted to escape. But how can Ayanami let them go? At this moment, the body of Unit 0 moved again. Ask for flowers, comments, and monthly tickets. Your support is the motivation for my efforts to update. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Threat from Nuclear Explosion, please ask for flowers and comments. The second fleet without the Star Destroyer is like the beast without the fangs, and there is no threat to the Zero plane. Holding a high-vibration particle knife, Ayanami controlled the number 0 machine step by step towards the interstellar warships. Seeing the EVA 0 machine coming towards him, a group of Chitauri in the fleet felt ashamed. None of the star-destroying cannons could kill the monster in front of him. They really couldn't think of any existence that could destroy the giant in front of them. Do you want the Dark Order of our Lord to come? But now they have no chance, the only thing they can do now is escape. However, at this moment, the giant mecha that had been walking slowly took a strong step and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Coming with it was the huge long knife that shone with cold light. I saw the long sword turned into a white horse light and flicked across their battleship. In an instant, their energy protection shield was directly divided into two. Also divided into two is the interstellar warship they are riding on. It's over. The commander of the second fleet murmured. The Zeta Swiss soldiers around him were horrified to see his body split in two from the center of his forehead. Then it collapsed on the ground. Before a group of soldiers screamed in horror, the battleship they were on exploded directly. The hot tongue of fire was like a scourge, and it swallowed them all. Suddenly, the second fleet, PON. With a single blow, the entire formation of the second fleet was wiped out. The strength of such combat power stunned all Avengers members. Good fellow, this knife is enough to be called a divine weapon, and it can fight with my Mjolnir. Thor said with a foul face. Hearing him say that, Tony Stark was the first to disagree. Your broken hammer is good for hitting iron, it's a little too close to killing the enemy. What are you talking about? Do you want to be beaten? Do you think I'm afraid of you, a shocking hero? Enough, now is not the time for you to fight, the battle is not over yet. Oh, isn't it? I can start celebrating with champagne no matter how I feel. Seeing the destruction of Chitauri's second fleet, everyone's hanging hearts finally eased. The atmosphere couldn't help but become humorous. Compared to the relaxed attitude of a group of Avengers members. In the outer space of the Earth, on Chitauri's interstellar aircraft carrier, there was a dead silence. After a long time, words came out. Even the second fleet is destroyed, sir, shall we continue? The damn giant didn't know where the monster came from, it's really terrible. The damn thing is Loki. The information he gave us said that the Earth is an extremely weak planet, but it seems obviously wrong now. If this planet is weak, then what are we? Everyone looked at each other and was angry. They all looked at the commander-in-chief on one side. Hearing the complaints from a group of subordinates, the commander-in-chief's face looked very ugly. Shut up to me, I promised my lord before going on the expedition, this time I will definitely take the space gem back for business. If we didn't bring things back, what the consequences would be, I think you know very well. The commander-in-chief said coldly. Hear what the commander-in-chief said. A look of fear appeared on the faces of all the subordinates. For my lord, they have an instinctive fear. Because the owner behind them is not someone else, but Thanos, who is known as the overlord of the universe. Thanos is fierce, no one knows better than them. Once they go back without completing the task, then what awaits them is not a reward, but life is better than death. They shudder at the thought of this. Seeing their reaction, the commander-in-chief continued, as a soldier, even if we die, we can only die on the battlefield. Instead of being a deserter and finally dying at the hands of our Lord, this will be our shame. Yes, even if you die, you must die on the battlefield. Kill. Under the stimulus of the commander-in-chief, all the Zeta Swiss soldiers went crazy again. As everyone knows it is at this time. A fighter jet carrying a nuclear warhead is taking off quickly from the sky carrier of SHIELD. From now on, Commander Nick is deprived of his official position. A command from the upper level sounded throughout SHIELD. At the moment after this order was issued, 2 fighter jets with nuclear warheads rose into the air. Their goal is simple, that is, to completely wipe out the Zetaru army in the city. End this alien war by hurting the enemy by 1,800. Even if they have seen the great strength of the EVA Zero machine, they still don't want to pin their final victory on an unfamiliar mecha. Even some people in the upper echelons regarded the EVA Zero machine as a big threat. They tried to destroy the EVA Zero machine when destroying the Zeta Rising. The wolf's ambition is evident. Ask for some data. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Face the most dangerous attack. Hearing the roar of fighter jet engines on the deck, Nick Fury, who had been deprived of his official position, had a horrified expression. Without saying anything, he carried a mortar and chased it out. The moment he ran out, 2 fighter jets were starting on the runway. Without the slightest hesitation, he carried a mortar and fired at one of the fighters. Suddenly, in a sound of blast, the shell directly hit one of the fighters. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the fighter jet drew a trace of flame on the runway and stopped. Although Nick Fury hit one of the fighter jets, the other one has successfully lifted off. Nick Fury wanted to shoot it down, but he considered this height. Once it is not hit, the shell will fall and cause death and injury to innocent people. So, he couldn't help but cursed angrily. FK FK, these damn bastards. While cursing, he immediately connected the communicator in his ear. Emergency, emergency, a fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb is heading towards you. Stop him, you must stop him, or the whole of New York will be in ruins. What? Hearing Nick Fury's voice, a group of Avengers members thought they had heard it wrong. Nick, what are you kidding? The situation here is under control. Why did you launch a nuclear bomb? Don't you know this is the center of the city? There are millions of people. Captain America Rogers said angrily. I definitely know that I did not give the order. I have been dismissed. It's not the time to stop that fighter immediately. Nick Fury said anxiously at the communicator. It made him feel so anxious, one can imagine the seriousness of the situation. I'll stop him. Thor said solemnly at this time. While talking, he shook his Mjolnir and planned to fly out. But at this moment, Tony Stark said with an ugly face. It's too late, the nuclear bomb has been launched, and the target is here. Tony Stark, under the detection of artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, immediately discovered that the fighter had launched a nuclear bomb. What made him even more incredible was that it was calculated by JARVIS. The target of this nuclear bomb attack turned out to be here. What? We are the target of the attack? What a joke. Natasha Romanoff said with a look of astonishment. Is your artificial intelligence mentally retarded? It's totally unreasonable. Thor also shook his head. Is the calculation wrong? Shouldn't the target of nuclear bombs be the alien warships in outer space? Captain America Rogers said incredulously. I also hope that my calculation is wrong, but the calculation of J.A.R.V.I.S is not wrong. The course of the nuclear bomb is here. Tony Stark said with an ugly face, and his eyes were full of anger. However, he was not surprised that the upper level was able to issue such an order. I even got used to it a long time ago. From the first time he made a steel armor. The so-called upper-level organization tried every means to get his steel armor to be used in the military. These guys always have the so-called big picture in their eyes. For the sake of the overall situation, they can even sacrifice the interests of countless people. Just like this time, they knew exactly what kind of disaster a nuclear bomb would cause when it fell in the center of the city. But in order to block all the aliens here, They still disregarded the lives and deaths of millions of people and dropped nuclear bombs here. Whether such a decision is right or wrong, he cannot comment on it. But one thing he can't deny is that he is very upset with this decision. It's only a minute since the nuclear bomb reached us, we have to send it out. While talking, Tony fixed his gaze on the spatial wormhole in Skyrim. What he wanted to express was simple, to transfer the target of the nuclear bomb and change it to Chitauri's interstellar warship. It's not just him who thinks that way, so all the members of Avengers think so. Definitely, except for the Hulk who has fallen into a runaway. I'm right here at the space wormhole emission source. Dr. Eric has awakened, and he knows how to close the space wormhole. Natasha Romanoff said. Very well, I'll move the nuclear bomb away. After I send the nuclear bomb away, you immediately close the wormhole. As Tony Stark said, he flew directly towards the nuclear bomb at a very high speed. But what he didn't expect was that the EVA-0 plane moved before he could fly to the side of the nuclear bomb. Inside the secret base, Legoland looked at the galloping nuclear bomb on the screen, his face also very ugly. Because according to his calculations, the exact location of the nuclear bomb turned out to be the EVA-0 plane. It's really a good calculation. Do you want to kill the aliens together with my EVA-0 machine? It seems that the appearance of EVA has already made some people feel uneasy. But do you really think that Machine Zero can be wiped out in this way? That would be too ridiculous. Ayanami, let those guys see your strength again. Legoland sneered. I see, Master. Ayanami nodded, and Unit Zero turned into a galloping beast, rushing towards the nuclear bomb. The data is not good. I beg you to vote for flowers and comments, monthly tickets, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 17 End in Victory. He actually rushed towards the nuclear bomb. What does he want to do? Does he want to carry a nuclear bomb attack? Even if he can handle it, once a nuclear bomb explodes on the surface, it will still affect the entire city. Damn it, who gave this order? I'm going to screw his head. Seeing the EVA Plane Zero heading towards the nuclear bomb, the faces of a group of Avengers members were full of shock. In the history of human weapons, the power of nuclear bombs is undoubtedly the top level, and the damage it can cause is also known to the world. Once the nuclear bomb explodes here, it will not only cause the city to fall into ruins at the moment. In the next few decades, this place will no longer be suitable for survival. This price is something they cannot afford anyway, so for those who issue the nuclear strike order, they naturally hate it, and they all want to cramp it. With that guy's wisdom, he shouldn't do that. Tony Stark muttered to himself. That guy? Do you already know who is behind this giant mecha? Hearing Tony Stark say this, Captain America Rogers looked at him in surprise. Well, I already know it. Tony didn't deny it, and nodded. Who is it? Legoland. Franklin. Who is that? Captain, you have slept for too long, don't blame you if you don't understand this world. But I still suggest you to make up modern history. Tony Stark said silently. A very wealthy Chable family. At this time Hawkeye patted Captain America on the shoulder and said. How rich is it? Have you ever heard the term rich as an enemy country? Just that rich. Oh, isn't that richer than this arrogant playboy? Although you don't want to admit it, you are right, that guy is indeed richer than me. Tony shrugged. Just as they were muttering, Ayanami had already arrived in front of the nuclear bomb under the control of the Zero plane. Facing the fierce nuclear bomb, Ayanami still had no expression on her face. Seeing Unit Zero raised his hand and grabbed it, it directly pinched the nuclear bomb in the palm of his hand. But he did not directly stop the nuclear warhead from continuing to move forward. Instead, he turned around, and the huge amounts of Machine Zero turned around in a circle, and then it was like throwing a shot. He even flung the nuclear warhead out, and the direction he flung out was the space wormhole in the sky. Seeing such a scene, everyone's faces immediately showed excitement. I guessed it, that guy would never do that. Holding the nuclear bomb with bare hands, this guy's courage is really admirable. It seems that I am going to have a perfect cooperation with him. Natasha Romanoff picked up the scepter that Loki had dropped and said with a smile on his face. As long as the nuclear warhead is thrown out of the space wormhole, she can directly close the wormhole. When the time comes, the nightmare that originally belonged to them will immediately be transferred to the damn group of aliens and become their nightmare. When she thought of this, her face couldn't help but smile. What kind of existence is this guy hiding behind the giant mecha? It's really admirable. When I have a chance, I must go to meet him. Natasha Romanoff thought inwardly. With his own efforts, he turned the tide and saved the entire planet. For such an existence, no matter who it is, there will be admiration in the heart. Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, is no exception. With the blessing of Plane Zero, the flight speed of the nuclear warhead directly exceeded the speed of sound. A white wave of air followed behind the nuclear warhead like a skirt. What a terrifying force, unexpectedly throws out the speed of sound. It's no wonder that it can chop off those interstellar warships in one fell swoop. In terms of power, I admit that I am not its opponent. Thor also exclaimed. But just after he finished speaking, the Hulk on his side knocked him out with a punch. It means like saying, you are not my opponent in terms of power. The supersonic nuclear warhead rushed out of the space wormhole in the sky in an instant. Charged towards Chitoroi's interstellar mothership in the distance. Because the scene appeared too suddenly. The commander-in-chief of the Zidari fleet simply couldn't react. In this way, a small nuclear warhead is like a tiny embroidery needle. Crash on their interstellar mothership with an extremely fierce attitude. Boom. The island-like interstellar warship exploded immediately. The brilliant firelight left a brilliant stroke on the vast starry sky like fireworks. With the extinction of the star mothership, the Zetaru warriors who were still on Earth seemed to be powered off. He slumped directly to the ground and lost his breath. This means that their war between humans and aliens ended in victory. Seeing such a scene, all the citizens of New York City roared with excitement spontaneously. And Natasha Romanoff also inserted the Mind Gem scepter in his hand into the machine that created the space wormhole with ease. In a roar, the wormhole in the sky disappeared. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Alternative Gods. Looking at the disappearing space wormhole, Natasha Romanoff sighed with relief, with a satisfied smile on her face. Dr. Eric, thank you for your insurance measures. Otherwise we won't be able to close this space wormhole. Natasha Romanoff threw the scepter in his hand to the ground and said, looking at Dr. Eric with a guilty expression on his face. This device that opened the space wormhole was made by him, although he was bewitched by Loki. But looking at the devastated city at this moment, he still feels very guilty and self-blame. No, you shouldn't thank me, I did it all, I am a sinner. Dr. Eric said bitterly. No, you are bewitched by that guy, you are innocent, don't give yourself such a big burden. Natasha Romanoff comforted. You can really comfort people. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Natasha Romanoff. Then, before Natasha Romanoff could react, she was put against the back of her head with a scepter from behind. The guy who suddenly appeared behind Natasha Romanoff was no one else, it was Loki, the god of tricks. Looking at Chitauri, who had completely failed, Loki's face was full of unwillingness. He finally got such an opportunity, he could have become the king of this world. Now that all this is messed up, the anger in his heart can be imagined. I really didn't expect that you didn't run away, aren't you afraid of death? Natasha Romanoff said solemnly, because Loki pointed at the back of her head, she would not dare to act rashly for a while. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Loki sneered, fear, I am definitely afraid of death, but you stupid humans can't kill me, I'm a god. Really, you god can lose to us now? Natasha Romanoff mocked. No, I am not losing to you humans, but to this guy. I am convinced by losing to him. Loki pointed to the EVA 0 machine in the distance and said. Looking at the EVA number 0 machine, a strong look of greed appeared in his eyes. I sensed from its body the breath that only our gods can possess. This fellow is of the same kind as me. Lost to the same kind, I admit it. Loki murmured to himself, eyes full of drunkenness. What? Are you making a mistake? Hearing Loki's words, Natasha Romanoff looked astonished. He never thought that Loki would say that. The giant mech turned out to be a god in Loki's mouth, which she had never expected. How did they know that Eva copied the huge life form made by the origin of life called Adam or Lilith? In human cognition, Adam is close to being like a god. However, their human beings do not have the ability to sense biological breath, so they can't detect it. But Loki, a clan of giants of Jotunheim, has this magical ability. His breath-sensitive ability, even his brother Thor, is inferior. This is also the main reason Thor didn't notice, but he did. I'm not mistaken, this terrible guy is an alternative god? And as long as I can subdue it and manipulate it? At that time, let alone the earth, even Asgard, I can still fight back. Loki said feverishly. You are wishful thinking, a giant can pinch you to death with just one finger. I advise you to surrender and stop struggling fearlessly. Thor has always wanted to take you back. Natasha Romanoff persuaded. Hee, sly woman, I know you are delaying time, but it's useless, it's all in vain. This scepter can allow me to control any creature, including this terrible monster. And now it's from you. You are my person from now on. Loki sneered. With that, he was about to point the scepter on Natasha Romanoff's head. This scepter is inlaid with Mind Gem. And Mind Gem's ability is the ability to manipulate the thoughts of others. The reason why the previous Hawkeye and Dr. Eric defected was because of the influence of Mind Gem. At this moment, Loki also wants to control Natasha Romanoff with the power of Mind Gem. But at this moment, suddenly a hammer galloped from a distance. Immediately he knocked the scepter in Loki's hand away. The hammer that flew suddenly was nothing else. Naturally it is Thor's Mjolnir. Damn Thor, you are looking for death. Looking at the scepter falling to the ground, Loki roared angrily. With that said, he planned to pick it up again. But Natasha Romanoff would naturally not give him this opportunity. She only saw her roll forward and came to Loki's face, and then kicked Loki upside down. After that, she took the lead in picking up the scepter and sneered, You are not qualified to own me. Loki. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from above. Before Loki could react, a green figure crashed down, and then smashed Loki out with a punch. The visitor is not the Hulk, who else can it be? Thank you for your tips, thank you, and ask for some more data. Asterisk. Chapter 19 What a weak god, please ask for flowers and comments. You stupid humans, I am a god, you should all obey me. Loki crawled out of the ruins and said angrily. In Asgard, he has been losing to his elder brother, living in the shadow of his elder brother every day. It is precisely because of this that he has always wanted to become the king of Asgard to prove himself. But in the end, the throne still fell into Thor's hands. He is not satisfied, he is not reconciled. That's why he wanted to stand on his own and become the king of the earth. But at this moment, even this hope was shattered. In this way, he was naturally very wronged and very angry. The key is that the green guy's punch was too painful. Lo Mei was angry. But what he didn't expect was that he had just let out an angry growl. His legs were suddenly caught by the Hulk. Suddenly, the famous scene appeared. I saw that Loki was like a sandbag, being grabbed by the Hulk and beaten left and right. After several hits, Loki lay on the bumpy ground with both hands on his chest. A tear came down from the corner of his eyes. What a weak god! After fighting Loki directly and losing his combat effectiveness, the Hulk said coldly, with disdain in his eyes. Seeing such a scene, Thor, who had just arrived, couldn't help but mourn for Loki for a second. Then he lifted Loki up like a chicken. Look carefully, this is what you did. Thor said, looking at Loki angrily. Where did Loki still have the strength to speak at this moment? The whole figure was like a soft eggplant, being held by Thor in his hand. Seeing him like this, the pet brother, Mad Demon Thor couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This time you made a big mistake. No one can protect you. Come back with me and accept the punishment. Thor sighed. The crime he committed on Earth deserves to be judged here. At this moment, Tony Stark slowly landed from the sky and appeared in front of Thor. We Asgard people are not yet your turn to come to trial. Don't worry, I promise Loki will never show up again. Thor himself knew that if he didn't give humans an explanation, he was afraid it would be difficult for him to leave here. After that, he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry sky. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light fell, shining on him and Loki. This colorful light is nothing but Bifrost leading to Asgard. Before leaving, Thor took Tesseract away. In the blink of an eye, Thor and Loki disappeared and returned to God's domain. Seeing such a scene, a group of Avengers were silent and did not speak. For that mysterious Asgard, they still have fear in their hearts. After all, since childhood, they grew up listening to the myths of God's domain. They have instinctive awe for Odin, the God King who sits in the realm of God. Loki is scheming, it may not be a good thing to be taken away by Thor. If you leave him on the earth, I don't know what disaster he can cause. Natasha Romanoff thought for a while and said. Well, what Natasha Romanoff said makes sense. Rogers also nodded, agreeing. Do we have other options? Tony Stark shrugged. Roar! At this moment, Hulk suddenly roared. Upon seeing this, Tony said speechlessly, if you can't speak, don't say it. Roar, do you want to scare us to death? As soon as he finished saying this, Hulk hit him with a punch. Suddenly, Tony flew upside down, very embarrassed. Upon seeing this, several people around laughed, but they didn't dare to say anything. They all know that Hulk at this moment will not be polite to them. As long as they are upset, no matter who you are, everything will fly away. For everything that happened here, Lo-Lan, who was in the secret base, could see it clearly. Master, Thor left with Tesseract, is that okay? At this moment, a tall bearded man looked at him and said respectfully. It's okay, infinite gems only, there will be opportunities to get it in the future. Lo-Lan smiled, and didn't take it seriously. If he wanted infinite gems, he could easily get it just now. But that way, the timeline of the entire Marvel universe will be messed up. This is not a good thing for him. His biggest reliance now is his system. The other is profitability. If there is no ability to know the event in advance, it will be detrimental to his development in the Marvel universe. Besides, he can earn points as long as he participates in the event, so why bother to change the result of the event? What's more, it still has something to do with infinite gems. When the strength is not enough to support his rampage in the Marvel universe, let's take a moment. By the way, Yvonne, how is your Crimson Mecha developed? Lo-Lan turned his head and glanced at the man beside him and asked. That's right, the man in front of him is no one else, but Yvonne Vank, who almost killed Iron Man back then. Brothers, let me get the data. Grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Rewards from the System. It has been more than a year since I came to the Marvel world. Lo-Lan said before that he did not directly participate in major events. But in reality, he was more or less involved. It's just that the amount of participation is very small. So the impact on the entire Marvel timeline is not great. In Iron Man 2, what Legoland did is simple, that is, to rescue Ivan Vank who should have died. He also washed his identity, accepted him as a subordinate, and became one of his many scientific researchers, contributing his own strength to himself. Ivan Vank is the second person who knows how to build a reactor besides Tony Stark. With this alone, he has great value. Not only Ivan Vank, he also included Dr. Lan in the Hulk War hatred incident and became one of his generals. It is precisely because of their participation that the technology organization he spent a year building can become so strong. Until now, even S.H.I.E.L.D. is inferior to him, which is enough to show their credit. Master, I came here for this reason. The manufacturing of the new Crimson Mecha has come to an end. Ivan Vank said respectfully. Ivan Vank is grateful for Legoland who saved his life and showed him his chance. Oh, isn't it, has it come to an end? So the try-on session is ready? Legoland said with joy. Crimson Mecha, most people may feel very unfamiliar with it, but as far as Legoland is a traverser, he is no stranger to this thing, and he knows the power of the suit very clearly. This is a suit of battle armor that is as powerful as Tony Stark's steel battle suit. In Iron Man 2, the last suit Ivan Vank wore was the Crimson Mecha. But that was the second generation Crimson Mech. Although its combat effectiveness was good, it had bugs. However, even with certain bugs, Ivan Vank almost killed Iron Man. In this way, you can also know how strong this Crimson armor is. And this time he asked Ivan Vank to make a comprehensive optimization of the previous Crimson Mecha. And let it combine Eva's shape and related technology for a brand new design. So it's not so much optimization as refactoring. Yes, it's ready to be tried on. Because this armor is specially developed for the young master, you need to try it on yourself. Upon hearing this, Legoland nodded in satisfaction and said, I understand, I will go when I find time. Okay young master, then I'm going to work on other things first. Go. Ivan Vank is confident in his newly created Crimson Mecha. So he also wanted to know how powerful Legoland could burst out after putting it on. Seeing the figure of Ivan Vank slowly retreating, Legoland showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that his decision before this was not wrong, and it was indeed a good choice to include this guy in his pocket. As long as he wears the Crimson Mecha, he can transform into a powerful steel Superman just like Tony Stark. Although he already has a big killer like the EVA Zero machine, his original strength also needs to be improved. In this way he can truly live in this extremely dangerous world. After all, EVA could not enhance the strength of his own individual. Only by owning a steel armor like Tony Stark can he barely have a little self-protection power. But to speak of it, in fact, even the Crimson Mecha is an external force. I want to truly make myself powerful. The safest way is to be like Captain America or the Hulk. Allowing one's physical fitness to be greatly improved, so that oneself originally has a strong strength, this is once and for all. Speaking of this, he thought of Dr. Lan who was also his subordinate. The optimization of the Hulk serum should be almost done. When the time comes, serum plus Crimson Mecha, I want to come is a good combination. Legoland said to himself, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind suddenly. Congratulations to the host for participating in the great event of the Battle of New York, for participating in the event throughout the entire process and causing a major impact, 150 points will be awarded. Suddenly hearing this system prompt, Luo Ian's face showed a rare excitement. It was rewarded with 150 points, which is the highest in history. Do not poke needles, do not poke needles. Legoland did not expect this event to be able to reward him with so many points. You must know that before this, he was not directly involved because he was only witnessing the occurrence of major events. So the highest reward is 20 points. Compared with the current 150 points, it's not 1.5 stars. It is precisely because the points are too few. It took him a year of hard work to accumulate points to 100 points, and finally completed the first lottery. According to the points now awarded, he can enter the world of science and technology lucky draw once. I really don't know, I was surprised. Just don't know what technology world he will draw this time. I am grateful for flowers and comments, monthly tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Optimizing Super Soldier Serum. Host, Logolan. Points 150. Technology World, New Genesis Evangelion. Acquired Technology, Clone Technology, EVA Manufacturing Technology, EVA Weapon Manufacturing Technology. Note, points can be used to draw any technological world, and can also be used in the current world to optimize existing items. Looking at the system attribute information in front of him, Logolan nodded silently. He already knew the use of points. It's just that there were too few points before, so he just used it to draw the world of science and technology. Now that he has 150 points, he may be able to use the extra points to achieve other goals. The Hulk serum may be used to optimize it, this should be a good choice. Logolan murmured. Since traveling to the Marvel world, he has always wanted to improve his personal strength. From subduing Ivan Vank to Dr. Lan, he has this purpose. With the help of Ivan Vank's reactor technology and Crimson Mecha technology, he can become a Steel Superman like Iron Man. But compared to being a Steel Superman, he must be more enthusiastic about becoming the Hulk, who originally has a strong presence. However, the side effects of the Hulk serum are too great, he doesn't want to become a monster that hates him. That's why he hasn't injected it for a long time, and has been letting Dr. Lan optimize it. But he himself knew it, let alone Dr. Lan. Even the original version of the serum, the Super Soldier Serum, has great side effects. Back then, Dr. Erskine created monsters like Hydra with one hand. Even the inventor of Super Soldier can't erase the side effects of Super Serum. It is obviously not practical to allow the scientists behind to optimize it to a state without side effects. But there was really no other way before, so I had to let Dr. Lan try slowly. And now that he has enough points, this task can be handed over to his system. After thinking about it, he asked Dr. Lan directly. A few minutes later, Dr. Lan in a white coat was led by Logo Ian's assistant to Logo Ian's front. "Master, are you looking for me?" Dr. Lan said respectfully, looking at Logo Lan in front of him. Dr. Lan at this moment is completely different from what he was at the beginning. Because of the radiation from the blood of the Hulk, his head grew like a basketball. Seeing that it is exceptionally weird, if he walks out in an image like this, he will definitely be regarded as a monster. However, Logolan has long been accustomed to this. He admired the Dr. Blue in front of him. It is true that his head has grown bigger under the influence of the Hulk serum. But his intelligence also skyrocketed. Today's Dr. Lan has a super high IQ that is no less than Tony Stark, and even surpasses Tony Stark. In the original Marvel universe, he even has a name that is thrilling. The name is Big Boss. Big bosses have intelligence beyond ordinary people. Has a strong intuition, computational thinking, information storage, logical and philosophical structure. His intelligence can be said to have almost unlimited potential. In theory, he can transcend normal human thinking ability to gain knowledge and understanding. He has ability to master every professional subject in the world. His brain has been improved so that his intuition can almost judge the right things. Combining all of these, the Big Boss is destined to become a big tech villain in the Marvel universe. He is no less tricky than any big boss that Avengers has ever encountered. But now because of the appearance of Logolan, this villain has become his loyal subordinate. To some extent, this can be considered to have affected the timeline of the Marvel world. But because this timeline is too far behind, so Legoland didn't care too much. Because by that time, he is estimated to have become the technological hegemon of the entire universe. He is confident that he has the power to control his own destiny. In this way, it does not matter to change the timeline. Well, how is your super soldier serum optimized? Legoland said straight to the point. Master Hui, research is still in progress, but great progress has been made. Although the side effects cannot be completely eliminated, the side effects have been reduced. Give me a little more time, I believe I will be able to succeed. The big boss said with a confident expression that he has absolute confidence in his level of scientific research. No, take the current serum directly. Legoland said with a calm expression. What? Master, you mean, are you going to take it now? But this serum may make you a monster. The big boss looked at Legoland in shock, thinking he had heard him wrong. Unexpectedly, Legoland nodded, with a deep expression on his face. I want to understand that any great evolution has a price. And I also believe that my luck and excellent genes will not make me a monster, it will only make me a higher intelligent life. Master, your courage convinced your subordinates. The big boss said with a look of respect. Now is not the time for you to flatter, bring me serum. Legoland said without a doubt. Yes, I'm going now. The big boss looked excited, he actually wanted to see how far his optimized serum could evolve his master. Ask for flowers and evaluate the monthly pass. Your support is the motivation for the young author to work hard to update. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Class B Serum with Zero Side Effects, please ask for flowers and evaluation. It didn't take long for Dr. Lan to bring over the green potion. Master, this is the Hulk serum that I optimized once. The solubility of the serum is more refined than the one injected into Brown Sky's body before. According to my experimental data, this potion can create monsters more terrifying than hatred. And his side effects have been weakened by me, the violent rate has been reduced to below 60%, and the mortality rate has been reduced to below 50%. Dr. Lan said proudly. Legoland was speechless for a while. He didn't know what this guy was proud of. With such a mortality and violent rate, it is not an exaggeration to say that the serum is a poison. In other words, after injecting this medicine, half of me may die directly, and more than half of me may become monsters. I think you want to kill me directly. Legoland said angrily, looking at Dr. Lan next to him. Hearing this, Dr. Lan hurriedly knelt down in front of Legoland and said, Master, my subordinates dare not. Otherwise, wait until the subordinates minimize the side effects before taking it. Legoland ignored Dr. Ian's suggestion, shook his head and took the optimized Hulk serum into his hand. Suddenly, the Hulk serum held in his hand became different from what others saw in his eyes. In front of his eyes, all the information of this tube of serum was digitized. Item, Hulk serum. Function, it can give the injection superb physique or superb intelligence. Both are random strengthening 1. Side effects, extremely high mortality, extremely high violent rate, monsterization, amplifying personal desires. Technology level evaluation, C level, levels are divided into 6 levels, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level. Seeing the information in front of him, Lego Ian's eyes showed a ray of comprehension. Is it only C level? Even the Eva Mecha can't reach the level of technology. Legoland said with a wry smile, disappointed on his face. You must know that the technology world he had drawn before Evangelion, the Eva Mech was rated as B level. No wonder it has so many side effects. The C-level technology level is quite good to be able to do this. After sighing secretly, he saw that there was an optimization option on the Hulk serum. Without excessive hesitation, he directly clicked with consciousness. Suddenly, a dialog box popped up. Whether the Hulk serum is fully optimized. It can be optimized up to level B, and it needs to consume 50 points. Is it optimized? Looking at the dialog box in front of him, Luolan was secretly happy, and it was exactly what he thought, and it could indeed be optimized. Moreover, it can be optimized to level B. The most critical point is that the points are only 50 points. This just meets his requirements. A total of 150 points. 100 points are used to draw a new technological world. 50 points are used to optimize the Hulk serum, which is simply not too appropriate. Optimization. How could such a good thing be missed? Luolan immediately chose to optimize. At the moment when the choice is made, an invisible magical power is like the hand of God. So quietly transformed the Hulk serum in the medicine tube. Suddenly, in Luolan's eyes, the information of the Hulk serum changed. Item, Hulk serum. Function, it can give the injection superb physique or superb intelligence. Both strengthening at the same time. Side effects, none. Technology level evaluation, B level. Seeing the completely new Hulk serum in front of him, Luolan couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. Even the side effects of the Hulk serum were completely wiped out. It's a system against the sky. A super brain as strong as a big boss. Optimized for such a long time. It only reduces the side effects of Hulk serum by 10%. When the system is released, it is completely wiped out. Sure enough, there is no harm if there is no comparison. People like Luolan who care about their lives. Serum without any side effects is what he wants most. Holding the Hulk serum in his hand, Luolan walked into the laboratory made of transparent glass without rush. Seeing that he really wants to inject the Hulk serum. The beautiful assistant wearing gold-rimmed glasses worried, "Master, are you really going to take this risk?" Hearing that, Luolan pinched the chin of the beautiful assistant, and molested him, "Don't worry, my master is too dead to die. I will only become stronger, and you will be miserable then." "Master, good or bad?" The beautiful assistant blushed and covered her face. Luolan laughed, without the slightest hesitation, just inserted it into his arm. Suddenly, the pale green serum followed his blood vessels and instantly flowed all over his body. Suddenly, a green light appeared in the depths of Luolan's pupils. At the same time, his body was also inflated, and it started to expand slowly. Suddenly he felt his muscles were torn apart, and a heart-piercing pain swept over him. The pain couldn't help making him roar like a beast. Seeing him so painful, then watching Luolan's body tend to become bigger and frantic. Dr. Ian's face immediately showed tension and horror. "Quickly release the calming mist, quick." Dr. Lan was worried that Luolan would become a terrible monster, and hurriedly shouted. But at this moment a cold voice came from the laboratory. "Who said a tranquilizer? I'm fine." Monthly ticket, evaluation, flowers, Gaikyu. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Luolan's soaring strength, please ask for flowers and comments. The speaker is not someone else, so naturally it is Luolan. The medicament he injected was a B-grade medicament optimized by the system, without any side effects. In this way, he naturally cannot become a monster. As for the body swelling just now, it was just a normal strengthening reaction. Under the alteration of the serum, the muscle density of his body has increased by hundreds of times. Today, his body is far stronger than steel, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is indestructible. And this is not the most terrifying is that he also has all the abilities of the Hulk. Such as the super self-healing ability, super power, and the stronger the anger the ability. In addition to having the advantages of the Hulk, he does not have the disadvantages of the Hulk. This is the most dangerous. There is no double-faced personality, no violent loss of reason. Not only is there no such shortcomings, but his intelligence has also been amazingly strengthened. The strength of its strengthening is even worse than that of the big bosses. To make it clear, Luo Yan's body and intelligence have been strengthened. This has never happened in previous cases. Take the Hulk and the big boss for example. The Hulk gains a super strong body, but his mind will fall into violent rage. The big boss has gained super intelligence, but his head has been deformed. No matter who it was, more or less negative reactions appeared after the injection of serum. And there is only one direction for strengthening, either physical or IQ. Like Luo Lan, both strengthen at the same time. And there are so many strengthening, but it is unique. Even the great role of Captain America is inferior. Hearing Luo Yan's voice, and seeing Luo Lan stand up from the ground with a relaxed expression, Dr. Yan's face was full of shock. Although the man in front of him looked a little longer, his muscles became stronger. But the aura exuding at this moment is far from what I can compare just now. The intelligence of the big boss is strengthened, so the mental power is extraordinarily strong. He has a certain amount of telepathy ability. Under his induction, the young master in front of him was completely different from before. The young master just gave him the feeling that he was an ordinary human being. But at this moment, he only felt that the young master in front of him was like a black hole, not bottoming out. He didn't even know what kind of creature Luo Lan is now. This doesn't make sense. Dr. Lan muttered to himself, his eyes full of incredible colors. He made the Hulk serum, and he made the optimization. Although the bottle of Hulk serum he gave Luo Lan was even more pure than the bottle previously injected by Brown Sky. And he also knew that this bottle of serum could create monsters more terrifying than hatred. But he never thought that he could reach the point like Luo Lan at this moment. Is this really the bottle of serum that I prepared? Is this mutated? Dr. Lan thought with a look of astonishment, his eyes were full of incredible color. Master, how do you feel? Has it changed? The beauty assistant asked the walkie-talkie in front of her. Hearing that, Luo Yan's mouth formed a charming arc. I feel good, start the strength test program. Luo Lan said. What? Master, this is absolutely impossible, your noble body can't take this risk. The female assistant said quickly. Enough, this is an order. Luo Lan said in a tone of inadequacy. Hearing Luo Yan's words, the female assistant was worried. No matter how much she said, she didn't dare to say anything. I could only nodded, and said, yes. Start the strength test program immediately. As soon as she fell to the ground, machine guns protruded into the glass laboratory. Suddenly, bullets poured down towards Luo Lan inside like raindrops. Facing such fierce firepower, most people are afraid that they will be shot into a sieve in an instant. But Luo Lan stood there motionless, not even dodge. He actually wanted to rely on his physical body to carry a bullet attack. Seeing such a scene, everyone closed their eyes in horror. Think Luo Lan will be shot into a hornet's nest soon. But what everyone didn't expect was, after the gunshots, there was the sound of bullets falling to the ground. Everyone opened their eyes curiously, and a scene of horror appeared. I saw Luo Lan standing inside unscathed. And under his feet were piled up with flat bullets. These flat bullets undoubtedly showed everyone the power of Luo Lan at the moment. Successful, Master really succeeded. You even leaned on your body to withstand the bullet attack. How hard is the young Master's body? If such a body is used in that aspect, then The beauty assistant covered her face with a worried expression and expectation. This attack power is not enough, start the next level 1 test. Luo Lan shook his head, and said with a dissatisfaction. What? Master, the second phase of the test is for the EVA body, isn't it appropriate for you? Hearing what Luo Lan said, the beauty assistant thought she had heard it wrong, and said quickly. Sophia, you have a lot of words today, wait for me to come out to see how I can deal with you. Yes, yes, Sophia knew it was wrong, and this starts the second phase of testing. Hearing Luo Ian's words, Sophia looked shy and hurriedly executed the second round of testing. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Eva Machine Zero is back, please ask for flowers and comments. The second round of testing is very simple, that is, the previous bullet attack was changed to a cannonball attack. Originally, this strength test program was designed by Luo Lan himself to test the defense capability of the Eva body. The test procedure is divided into 4 stages. They are bullet attack, artillery shell attack, missile attack, and unconventional weapon attack. Among them, unconventional weapon attacks include various energy cannon attacks and nuclear strikes. It is also the highest level test. Obviously, the defense level of the Eva mecha has reached the 4th level of horror. It is precisely because of this that the Eva Zero plane was able to turn the tide in this New York battle and destroy them by oneself. But what everyone didn't expect was the test originally used to test the defense of the Eva body. Now they are all used on Luo Lan. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. In the laboratory, Luo Lan stands up like a deity. A big black iron ball turned into an afterimage and flew towards Luo Lan. This iron ball is nothing but the shell used in the second phase of the test. The power of this shell is enough to smash the rocks easily. If it hits the ground, it is enough to blast a deep pit several meters in diameter. So, let alone ordinary humans. Even if it is a superhero, it is absolutely uncomfortable to be hit like this. But facing such a shell, Luo Ian's face was extremely calm. I saw him lift up with one hand and burst out fiercely. Because the speed was so fast, he hit a sonic boom. Boom. With a loud noise, his palm directly came into close contact with the black iron ball. Suddenly, a thick white smoke emerged from the center of his palm. It was caused by the extremely fast friction between his palm and the iron ball. The huge amounts of cannonballs were blocked by Luo Ian's palms, and they couldn't make any breakthrough. This little strength is still not enough. Looking at the shells that he easily blocked, Luo Ian's face showed a touch of pride. Then he slammed hard, and the solid iron ball in his hand was crushed by him. Seeing such a scene, all the researchers around him opened their eyes in amazement. Eyes are full of horror, is this still a human? At this moment, there was such a question in everyone's mind. Is this the strength of the young master now? Strong, it is too strong. In this state, even in the face of hatred, it is enough to crush it? Dr. Lan muttered to himself, eyes full of excitement. In addition to excitement, it is also full of pride. Because in his opinion, he is indispensable for Luo Lan to have such strength. Master, do I still need to perform the 3rd phase of the test? Dr. Lan asked Luo Lan looking expectantly. What, this must not be. Hearing Dr. Ian's words, the beautiful assistant Sophia on one side waved his hand again and again. The 3rd phase of the test was a missile attack, which was much more dangerous than the previous 2 tests. Even if it was to test Eva at the beginning, a group of them were worried. Not to mention the young master who tested them now. You know Luo Lan is the head of the Franklin family. The status is very precious. If he has something wrong because of his test ability, then their group is dead. Therefore, Luo Lan cannot be allowed to carry out the 3rd phase of the test in any case. This time, even if her young master killed her, she would stop the farce. But what she didn't expect was that Luo Lan waved his hand on the initiative at this time. There is no need to test anymore, I already know my strength roughly, that's enough. You can't kill yourself because of your testing ability. Otherwise, my little assistant will be very sad. Luo Lan said with a smile as he walked out of the laboratory. Hearing Luo Ian's words, the beauty assistant Sophia nodded with a blushing face. Master, if you have 3 long and 2 shortcomings, I won't live anymore. Hee, it seems that I didn't hurt you for nothing, master. Legoland smiled and pulled Sophia into his arms without concealing his desires at all. For such a scene, everyone has already taken offense. The relationship between Sophia and Legoland was originally an open secret. As the saying goes, there are secretaries to do. Legoland is the essence of this sentence of depth. Sophia, you are thinking about unhealthy things. Legoland, who was holding Sophia, said with a smile suddenly. Because the brain is strengthened. Now he actually has telepathy's ability. He can perceive some of the voices of others. Definitely, this can only work for weak-willed people. Like Dr. Lan in front of him, he couldn't feel it. But even so, it is extremely powerful. Sophia blushed immediately when Legoland saw his heart. Master, I don't have one. Sophia said groaningly. Seeing such a scene, the people around left wittily and didn't dare to disturb. At this moment, the whining alarm sounded. Master, the EVA Zero machine is back. Ask for some flowers, evaluation, monthly pass. Grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 25 The Second Technological World. Hearing the assistant's words, Legoland showed a knowing smile on his face. Welcome to the return of our hero, I will personally pick up the dust for Ayanami. After that, Legoland came to the EVA Zero machine with a face full of spring breeze. The cockpit insertion bolt slowly retracted from the back of the EVA body, and the LCL solution quickly faded. Suddenly, Ling Polly, who was soaked all over, appeared in front of Legoland with a blue show on her head. Master, Ayanami has fulfilled her mission and successfully completed the mission. Ling Boli's face was cold, only when she looked at Legoland, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Because of the memory, Ling Polly has a special affection for Legoland, which no one can replace. Good job, you first go with Sophia to take a good rest, I will reward you later. Legoland patted Ling Polly on the shoulder and said with a smile, like a big brother. Yeah. Ayanami nodded, and obediently followed Sophia out of the secret base. At night, the starry sky is shining and the night is charming. Had it not been for the devastation of the streets of New York, everyone probably forgot to be patronized by aliens during the day. Franklin Mountain Villa, white mist lingers in the bathroom. In the huge bath, Ayanami showed her beautiful carcass with her back facing Sophia. Sister Ayanami, your skin is so good. I really envy me. Sophia exclaimed while rubbing Ayanami's back. Sophia is not complimenting Ayanami, but Ayanami's skin is really good. After all, she has just been cloned, and her body is like a newborn baby. In this way, her skin is naturally very good. Yeah. Ayanami nodded blushing when she heard Sophia's words, not knowing how to answer her. As the originator of the Sanwoo girl, Ayanami has an extremely cold personality. Apart from facing Legoland, she really doesn't know how to communicate with other people. As for this kind of bathing with another woman, before that, she couldn't even think of it. But the young master arranged for the woman in front of her to be her company. So she took Sophia as her companion for the time being. It is precisely because of this that she would be willing to give her back to Sophia. No wonder the young master likes you so much. If I were a man, I would love you too. Sophia said with a look of envy. For Legoland, she can be said to know quite well. She could clearly feel that Legoland was especially concerned about the red-eyed and blue-haired sister in front of her. That is the love beyond the friendship, even the obsession. How did she know that Ling Boli was the man's dream lover? As a normal man, it is normal for Legoland to think a little about her. But it's not like Sophia thought. When Sophia said that the young master liked herself, Ling Boli's face blushed again. Inside, there was a flurry of small deer collisions, and secretly joy. Because she likes her young master too. Legoland didn't know the conversation in the bathroom. At this moment, he was leaning lazily on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, sipping sips. And his consciousness entered the system interface. During the day, he used 50 points to optimize the Hulk serum, so that he has a strong strength that surpasses the Hulk. Now that there are 100 points left, it is time for the second big draw in the world of science and technology. For the first time, he won the Evangelion of New Genesis, which allowed him to successfully demonstrate the power of an EVA in front of the eyes of the world. He couldn't help but look forward to what he would win in the second lottery. With such expectation, he directly opened the lottery. Suddenly, a turntable appeared in front of Luo Ian's eyes. There were many names in the world of science and technology on the turntable. Power Rangers, Dragon Ball, Gundam, Shape-Shifting King Kong, Resident Evil, Pacific Rim, Three Body and so on. And every technological world, for the current world, is extremely good. So no matter which one is drawn, it is of great use to Luo Lan now. Time passed in a flash, and finally the black dial pointer slowly stopped on a cute big white fat man. Looking at this big white fat man, Luo Lan showed a soft smile on his face. I didn't expect to draw a naive and gentle confession so quickly. Luo Lan muttered to himself. That's right, the tech world he has drawn at the moment is nothing else. It is Big Hero 6, Luo Lan is quite familiar with Big Hero 6. This is an explosive sci-fi animated film, in which the naive confession contracted the highlights and tears of the whole film. This gentle big guy is the biggest selling point of this movie. And the technology of the Big Hero 6 is not weaker than that of the Marvel world. Especially the robot technology inside, which is also very distinctive. If he can apply it to the current world, it will definitely help him improve his strength. Asterisk. Chapter 26 New Plan, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. Just as Luo Lan was still in the joy of acquiring a new technological world. In the distant outer space, huge amounts of the interstellar mothership Holy Place 2. Thanos was sitting on the floating throne, looking at a Zeta Swiss soldier glaringly. This soldier is the deputy commander of the Zidari fleet. When the nuclear bomb was about to hit their spaceship, he was extremely vigilant and got into the escape capsule ahead of time and left the mothership. In this way, he could hardly get his life back. According to his original plan, he planned to leave Thanos completely, and then find a remote planet to spend the rest of his life. But as the overlord of the universe, how could Thanos let him go so easily? Knowing that Chitorai's operation had failed, he sent a team specifically to find him, the deserter who had fled. The deputy commander, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Thanos on the floating throne with fear in his eyes. He couldn't understand more than Thanos's methods. Since he was caught back, his fate will definitely not be better. Do you know what happened to the deserter? Thanos said coldly at the deputy commander on the ground. Holy Lord, I am not a deserter, at that moment I just made a better choice. I am unwilling to die like this, I want to avenge my soldiers. Please give me another chance, Holy Lord, I will never let you down again. At that time, I will not only come back with the things you want, but also kill the monster to clear the obstacles for you. The deputy commander knelt on the ground and said with a pious and horrified expression. A sneer appeared on Thanos's face when he heard what he said. You have a good mouth, and you have said everything, but you should know that I only care about the results. Your Kitari Legion really disappointed this seed. From the moment your action failed, you were doomed to die. And you should die with your Zataric army, instead of lingering and dying to the present, playing your tongue with me. Thanos glanced at the deputy commander coldly, gave him a wink, and let Black Dwarf drag him away. As for the end of the game, there is no need to say more. One word, death. No, no, Holy Lord, please give me another chance, let me deal with that monster. The deputy commander said with a look of horror. But Thanos turned a deaf ear to his scream before his death. The deserter is not qualified to be my subordinate. Death is your only way out. As for the monster, someone will naturally take over. After that, his gaze shifted to Corvus Glaive beside him. Send me to investigate the details of this giant creature. I want to know who is against me behind this. Yes. Corvus Glaive nodded and disappeared. It's really a bunch of rubbish, wasting so much time on a weak planet. Thanos's low voice sounded in the holy place, his tone filled with anger. Holy Lord, this failure is inseparable from the cunning Frost Man. His wrong information has dragged down our people. At this time, Wu Muhao said respectfully, pointing out the key points of the failure of this war. There is no need to keep the useless waste. If you lose a mind gem, just use his life to pay for it. Holy Lord, it would be too cheap for him to kill him like this. Although Loki is only a little clever, he still has his role. We may be able to use him to complete a bigger plan. As the wise general among the 5 obsidian generals, Wu Muhao is the think tank of Thanos. Along the way, he has provided Thanos with countless plans, and this time is no exception. Wu Muhao leaned against Thanos' ear and muttered a few words, then slowly backed away. After being silent for a while, Thanos nodded silently. For the time being, do as you said, but the process needs to be speeded up. I can't wait for my grand vision. Holy Lord, rest assured, this time I will never fail. At this moment, Proxima Midnight walked in respectfully and said, Holy Lord, the Kree, please see you. The accuser Ronan, let him in. Yes. Earth, Franklin Hills. Legoland looked at the attribute information in front of him with a smile. Host, Legoland. Points 0. Technology World, Evangelion, Big Hero 6. Obtain Technology, Clone Technology, EVA Manufacturing Technology, EVA Weapon Manufacturing Technology, Micro-Robot Technology, Large White Manufacturing Technology, Space Transfer Technology. Micro-robots are a good development direction. Going deeper is nanotechnology. If combined with the Crimson Mech, it should be able to develop extremely strong combat effectiveness. Looking at the attribute information in front of him, Legoland has already constructed several blueprints for technological development in his mind. In the future, these technologies will be presented to the world one by one. And Legoland will surely replace Tony Stark and become a more powerful super technology genius. Anyone else watching? Ask for some data. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Nick Fury seeks, see you for flowers and comments. Master, dinner is ready, Miss Lingboli and Miss Sophia are waiting for you in the restaurant. At this moment, Lugo Ian's old housekeeper came to Lugo Ian's side and said respectfully. Is it all right? I'm going now. Lugo Lan retreated from the system and said with a smile. I saw him quickly manipulating the holographic image interface in front of him, and soon a big white fat man appeared in front of him. Seeing Lugo Lan concentrate on doing his own things, the old housekeeper didn't dare to bother more, just stood quietly and watched. Master, this guy is so cute, is this your new invention? The old butler said curiously, looking at Dubai in front of him, his eyes showed kindness. Hee, I think it's cute too, I think Lingboli will like him. Lugo Lan said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he threw the manufacturing technology of Dabai onto his personal smart production line. The production process of Dabai is actually not complicated, it is much simpler than EVA. The main difficulty lies in his medical chip, which contains tens of thousands of medical emergency knowledge, which is not easy to collect. However, because it is the technical blueprint provided by the system, the medical chip is already ready. With Lugo Ian's current ability, it can be easily manufactured. It only takes tens of minutes. And he intends to give Dabai as a reward to Lingboli, who has a cold temperament. The quiet and gentle Lingboli met the same gentle medical robot Dabai. What kind of sparks the two will produce, he is still very much looking forward to. Based on his understanding of Lingboli, she would definitely like this reward very much. After throwing Dabai's technical package into the production line, Luolan straightened his clothes and got up and walked out. In the dining room, on a Huxia round table, Lingboli and Sophia were sitting next to each other. The two chatted with each other, but it was mainly Sophia who was talking, and Lingboli listened quietly. Occasionally, I hum to show a response. Sophia is used to this situation. The girl in front of her has such a temperament. Speak softly and seem to have no interest in anything. Only when the young master Luolan is mentioned, does her face show mood swings. At this moment a tall and handsome man walked in with a smile. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Luolan smiled and sat across from the two women, carefully looking at Lingboli's beautiful face. The representative red pupils and blue hair all exude charming charm. Seeing Luolan staring at herself, Lingboli's face immediately blushed. Little master, what are you looking at? Lingboli stammered, her cheeks burning up, and her red look was even more charming. Hee, naturally it's up to you, you are my most satisfying masterpiece. Luolan smiled. There is another person here. Do you need me to leave? At this time, Sophia on one side said with a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Luolan chuckled and said, where is this? Okay, let's have a meal first, and I will give you a gift later. After that, the three of them ate the food in front of them in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Because it was not long after being cloned, Lingboli was quite unfamiliar with the taste of food. When she ate the first steak, her eyes flashed with enjoyment. Eat more if you like it. You are still developing. Eat more to grow taller. Luolan said with a smile. He saw Lingboli's expression in his eyes. Well, thank you master. Lingboli bent her crescent, showing a gentle smile. Laughing, Sister Lingboli actually laughed, it's incredible. Seeing Lingboli smiling, Sophia exaggeratedly joked. It's been a night since she had been in contact with Lingboli, and it was the first time she saw Lingboli smile. Sure enough, the young girl had only her young master in her eyes. Only her young master has the ability to make this very deserted girl smile. Don't make a fuss like this, it makes it seem like others won't laugh. Luolan looked speechless. The dinner was still going on, and at this moment, the old butler slowly walked in. Master, a guy who claims to be a shield director, said he wants to see you. Hearing what the housekeeper said, Luolan slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand and sneered. Nick Fury is really scorched, has he come to his door so soon? But I am not in the mood to pay attention to him now, let him go. Luolan was not polite at all. Understood. The old butler nodded, and walked out. The gate of Franklin Mountain House. A one-eyed bald head with a blindfold and a woman in a black tight stood in the cold wind. These two are not others, they are Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Anyone else watching, ask for some flowers and comments, monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Black Widow at Night in the Villa. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury had never received such treatment before, seeing someone who could only wait at the door. However, looking at the towering gates of the mighty manor, Nick Fury rarely felt nervous. After all, the person he is going to meet this time is not simple, that is Luolan, the head of the Franklin family. Not to mention that Luolan now has that terrible giant mecha. Luolan's identity alone is enough for him to be cautious. In this way, it is hard for him not to be nervous. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff stood quietly at the door, a little cramped. It seems that this is the first time I have seen Nick Fury look like this, and Natasha Romanoff on one side was very surprised. Sir, This is the first time I have seen you so cautious. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile on his face. There are not many situations that can make me cautious, but this guy is an exception. He took the initiative to find me once a year ago, but at that time I didn't know his identity. So neglect him, and you will know what happened afterwards. Rs.H.I.E.L.D's finances have been stuck in nearly half. I asked people in Congress to make theories, but none of them had any effect. Later I learned that all of this has something to do with the guys in this villa. Nick Fury sighed, eyes full of fear. In fact, before today, he didn't need to worry about that guy, even if the financial expenses were a lot less. He can also find other ways to get money, such as Tony Stark, a rich man. But that guy actually made out the terrifying giant mecha, which made him unable to calm down. As the world's top Chable family, and possesses the powerful technology ability to create that monster, this guy is indeed quite tricky. Regarding Nick Fury's concerns, Natasha Romanoff, the super agent, is naturally understandable. You are right. Legoland now has strength, power, and financial resources. As long as his mentality is slightly wrong, it is a great threat to our entire world. So in any case, we have to draw him to our side, at any cost. Nick Fury said with an extremely solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff nodded, with a look of approval. The meaning of their S.H.I.E.L.D's existence is to solve supernatural events that ordinary people cannot solve, so as to keep the world stable and peaceful. Now that it has been discovered that Legoland may cause huge amounts of threats to the entire world. In this way, they naturally have to be cautious. It's normal for Nick Fury to have such a performance. But hearing any means Nick Fury said, she couldn't help but the handsome face of that man popped up in her mind. He has not actually seen Legoland. She still saw the name Legoland in the information just now. With just a glance, she was attracted by the man's picture. It was an extremely handsome man, and his appearance was perfect for her. So when Nick Fury talked about any means, she naturally thought of that means. Capturing a man, but her strength. At this moment, a young male servant walked to the door with an arrogant expression on his face. My master is not in the mood to see you today, so hurry up. After that, the male servant didn't give Nick Fury the slightest chance to explain, he turned his head and left. Watching such a scene, Nick Fury was furious, his eyes full of anger. He came to see Legoland personally, but he was shut up. Moreover, the other party's attitude is so frivolous, this is not to take their S.H.I.E.L.D into consideration at all. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Nick Fury glanced coldly at the male servant, then winked at Natasha Romanoff next to him. Upon seeing this, Natasha Romanoff gave a wry smile. This is the first time I met. It doesn't look good, right? Without this method, we won't even see each other. Nick Fury said. Okay. Natasha Romanoff nodded, and then, like a flexible cat, quickly climbed over the wall. But what Natasha Romanoff never expected was the moment she just landed. A dark shadow fell from the sky and appeared directly in front of her. Then an iron fist with tearing air sounds crashed towards Natasha Romanoff's facade. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help being shocked. If this was hit, she would have to explain it here today. But she is worthy of being a super agent. At this critical moment, she immediately squatted to dodge, and she was lucky enough to avoid the punch. But before she was happy, the shadow just kicked. This time she was not so lucky. He was kicked and flew out immediately, hitting the wall behind him heavily. Immediately, a mouthful of blood poured out of her mouth, looking very miserable. Obviously, in such a short time, she suffered a lot of injuries. And it was only at this time that she could see the dark shadow clearly. It turned out to be a man in black armor. And that man she had seen before, turned out to be the dead Ivan Vank. How is this possible? A look of horror appeared on Natasha Romanoff's face. Ask for flowers, comments, and monthly tickets, brothers, your support can make me crazy. Update. Asterisk. Chapter 29 killed Nick Fury. Please ask for flowers and comments. Who are you? Natasha Romanoff looked at Ivan Vank in horror and said. In her impression, the man in front of her should have died in the hands of Iron Man. But at this moment, he appeared unharmed in the Franklin family's villa, which is totally unreasonable. All of you want me to die. Only the master is on my side. You guys who claim to be righteous are really disgusting. Ivan Vank coldly looked at Natasha Romanoff in front of him and said, his eyes were full of murderous aura. I'm just curious. In fact, whether you die or not has the slightest effect on me. Could you please tell Mr. Legoland, we just want to see him. My master has already said that he is not in the mood to see you now. Didn't you hear? As Ivan Vank spoke, he continued to rush towards Natasha Romanoff. Upon seeing this, Natasha Romanoff looked terrified and rolled on the spot before hiding to the other side. I have no intention of being an enemy of you, we just want to meet Legoland. Franklin. Natasha Romanoff explained while dodging. I don't intend to be an enemy to us, but who rushes to the villa at night, and who treacherously enters the villa, die. Ivan Vank yelled, and rushed to Natasha Romanoff in a stride. The huge steel fist blasted out again, instantly knocking Natasha Romanoff off. The huge amounts of impact actually knocked out a hole in the wall. And Natasha Romanoff didn't have the luck of the last time this time. As soon as his head tilted, he passed out. Upon seeing this, Ivan Vank did not show any mercy, and jumped down from the sky to end Natasha Romanoff. But at this moment, Nick Fury arrived in time and took off Natasha Romanoff dangerously. Hearing a loud bang, Ivan Vank's steel feet stomped a deep pit several meters wide on the ground. If you stepped on Natasha Romanoff's body just now, you don't need to think too much about it, it will definitely die. Seeing that the steel giant is so fierce, it really didn't give them any face. Shield. Nick Fury's face couldn't help but look so hard. He looked at Ivan Vank in front of him and said coldly, do you know who you are against? If you kill her, the whole Avengers will not let you go. What Nick Fury said was for Ivan Vank in front of him. But at the same time, it was said to Legoland behind it. Although the power of the Franklin family can influence the entire Congress. But the Congress is not at all in Legoland's decision. The relationship between this is extremely complicated. In addition to the Franklin family where Legoland belongs, there are other chaebol who are not weaker than the Franklin family. If this is not the case, at the time of the Battle of New York, he knew that Eva was Legoland's product, but someone still ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb. On the face of it, it is said that the aliens are to be eliminated, but behind the scenes, it is the EVA Zero machine that is really going to be wiped out. In other words, it is Legoland who is an invisible big hand who is enough to influence the Congress to be eliminated. I am more than trying to kill her, even you, and I can't kill her. Ivan Vank is like a crazy beast, without fear of Nick Fury in front of him. Just when Nick Fury was forced, he raised his hand and patted Nick Fury directly. Looking at Ivan Vank, who shot himself flying, Nick Fury vomited blood and showed a look of horror. He didn't expect that this guy in front of him would actually have murderous intent on him. Obviously, Ivan Vank represents Legoland, which means Legoland has murderous intent on him. The body was like a kite with a broken wire, it flew more than 10 meters away before stopping with difficulty. Just like that, he broke several ribs, and his injuries were quite serious. He fell to the ground with a languid breath, and he couldn't stand up anymore. And at this moment, Ivan Vank walked up to him unhurriedly. You shouldn't let your people break into the villa, remember to be polite in your next life. Ivan Vank sneered, and then raised his hand to pinch Nick Fury's neck as if he was lifting a chicken. Being caught by Ivan Vank, Nick only felt that roar had difficulty in sucking, His heartbeat accelerated and his eyes turned black. He just wanted to meet Legoland today, but he didn't expect to encounter the biggest crisis in his life. He thought he was the chief of S.H.I.E.L.D. anyway. With this name, Legoland should give him a face and meet him. After all, he can be regarded as a senior government official, and there is an unclear relationship between the government and the Franklin family. In this way, as a government official, he should be treated with courtesy. But the result surprised him. Not only did he not receive the so-called courtesy, but he also received such a brutal beating. Seeing that he was about to die in the hands of Ivan Vank. But at this moment, Ivan Vank suddenly released his palm. Suddenly, Nick Fury fell to the ground, and the pain in his body made him snorted. Another spurt of blood, looks extremely miserable. The data is really bad, ask for some data, give some confidence. Please, sir readers. Asterisk. Chapter 30 SSS Level Dangerous Person, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. At this moment, a holographic image was launched from the eyes of Ivan Vank's steel battlesuit. Suddenly, Legoland, composed of light and shadow, appeared in front of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, I haven't seen you for some days, don't come here unharmed. Seeing Legoland formed by light and shadow, Nick Fury's eyes were full of anger and said, "Is this your way of hospitality? Goo? Where? Why didn't I see it? I only saw two thieves trying to sneak into the villa." Lego Ian's eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. Nick Fury, don't use your guts to test my bottom line. I can't guarantee that Ivan Vank will stop in time next time. If you really die in his hands by that time, I'm not to blame. Legoland said. You threatened me, do you think we S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers are playing around? Nick Fury's face was very ugly. Yes, it's a threat. As for whether you S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers are playing around, isn't the answer already obvious? Legoland said lightly. You. Nick Fury was anxious, and Lego Ian's meaning was obviously mocking him. Well, I am not in the mood to bother with you, get out of the villa, or die. Legoland said without any doubt. After that, the holographic image disappeared, and Ivan Vank gave Nick Fury a cold look. This time you are fortune-telling, and the next time, I won't let you go. After speaking, Ivan Vank took a leap and flew back to the secret base. The performance of the battle armor he built today is not inferior to Tony's steel battlesuit. Looking at the disappearing scarlet mecha, Nick Fury was finally relieved if he was amnesty. No one knew that at this moment his back was already wet with his own cold sweat. It's terrible, that guy really wants to kill him. At this moment, a Kun-style fighter lifted its stealth state and appeared not far away. However, the first person to step down from the Quinn fighter was not their SHIELD. It was Dr. Lan with a head as big as a basketball, and their people seemed to have lost their minds at the moment. They all followed Dr. Lan, looking like his little brother. Upon seeing this, a huge wave turned up in Nick Fury's heart. He didn't expect that even the Kun fighters that they could steal would be discovered by the opponent. At first he planned to use it as his whole card, but now it seems that Joker is himself. Dr. Lan strolled in front of Nick Fury in a leisurely manner. My young master asked me to tell you that the important thing to be a human being is to not be self-righteous, otherwise it is easy to die. After that, Dr. Lan showed a disdainful smile and also walked into the villa. And at this moment, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind him all fell to the ground. Then one by one, as if they had just woken up from their sleep, they shook their heads and climbed up. What happened? What happened to me? My head hurts. A group of agents said in unison. Obviously they all encountered a mental attack just now. And mind manipulation is one of Dr. Ian's ability. Watching such a scene, Nick Fury's eyes looked at the villa, and he couldn't help becoming more jealous. Since when did that guy become so powerful? What horrible existence is hidden in this villa? Questions lingered in Nick Fury's mind. But no one can answer him. Sir, what's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with Natasha Romanoff agent? A group of agents recovered from the trance, but saw a shocking scene. They saw their chief vomiting blood and fell to the ground, extremely weak. The Natasha Romanoff agent even fell to the ground motionless, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. What are you doing? Hurry up and save people and carry us in. Nick Fury roared. He is extremely aggrieved at the moment, ever since he became the director of SHIELD. It was the first time that he suffered such humiliation, and he was actually beaten by someone. FK is numb. This damn BD. Pass my order and immediately list Legoland as a dangerous SSS person. This guy must stare at him. On the Quinn fighter, Nick Fury said with a gloomy face. While talking, another mouthful of blood was spit out, obviously the injury was serious. What? Sir, didn't you say to win him? Why now? Shut up, before was before, now is now, this kid didn't put us in his eyes at all. He is the greatest potential threat on this planet, and we must prepare early, not then endless suffering. Nick Fury said with an extremely solemn expression. He had always had hope for Legoland before, and he was full of confidence in himself. Thinking that he was moved by emotion and understood by reason, he would definitely be able to persuade him to join the Avengers family. But after the experience just now, he understood. That guy is simply a lunatic, a super dangerous person. The difficulty of persuading him to join Avengers is like reaching the sky. In this way, he naturally had to change his plan as soon as possible. The author asks for data. Data is the motivation for the author's efforts to update. Just like a car's fuel, how to drive at high speed without fuel. So, brothers, cheer for the little author. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Hold it for Lao Tzu. Sir, I don't think your approach is correct. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff woke up suddenly and spoke. The first sentence she heard when she woke up was that Nick Fury listed Legoland as a dangerous person in SSS. To include it in their S.H.I.E.L.D threat blacklist, use Sky to monitor trends in real time. If the other party is an ordinary person, she naturally has no objection, but instead raises her hands in favor of such a decision. But it is a pity that it is not someone else who will be included in the SSS level dangerous person, but Legoland. Franklin. Therefore, she immediately voted her negative vote. Because she knows better how Legoland is against the sky. Don't talk about other things, just talk about Ivan Vank. Until now, he couldn't figure out why Ivan Vank was still alive. This seemed to him to be a supernatural event. At the time Tony Stark was poisoned by palladium, so she was sent by Nick Fury to assist Tony Stark. And it was because of the long-term contact between the two that made her very clear about what happened to Tony Stark. Among them is the incident about Ivan Vank. She clearly remembered that the original Ivan Vank did indeed die under the bombardment of Iron Man and War Machine. Because of the power of the explosion, Ivan Vank's body was blown to blood. As for the other party's body, she had seen it with her own eyes. So in her opinion, Ivan Vank is 100% dead. But now this guy actually appeared in front of her alive. And the combat power is far beyond before. This is unbelievable, unbelievable. It's not an exaggeration to say it's hell. And since the other party appeared in Lugo Ian's villa, it only means that the man did it all. And one that can bring dead man back to life and create a terrifying giant mecha. How could they be allowed to S.H.I.E.L.D to monitor him in real time? She suspected that their S.H.I.E.L.D had been monitored by him instead. After all, that guy easily broke through their S.H.I.E.L.D and the Pentagon's safety net. With the existence of superb technology in this way, it is not too difficult to monitor them in real time. So, once Nick Fury will list Legoland as SSS dangerous person. That would be tantamount to telling the other party clearly that S.H.I.E.L.D is going to be his enemy. She shuddered at the thought of this. The powerful sense of oppression that the giant mecha brought to her during the day swept once again. Know that the giant mecha during the day is aimed at aliens. Just targeting the aliens has caused them such a strong sense of oppression. If it changes the target directly to them at that time, it won't be able to directly kneel down. So, she naturally opposed Nick Fury's decision. Sir, I understand your mood at the moment, but he is Legoland. Franklin. Natasha Romanoff reminded. Upon hearing the words Legoland. Franklin, Nick Fury couldn't help sighing. What Natasha Romanoff wants to get, how can he, the director, never think of it? The reason why he said that just now was because he was really too angry. Not to mention that Legoland was able to create a giant mecha, just to say his identity. It is impossible for him to be included in the list of SSS level dangerous persons. Even if he thought, Congress would never agree to it. After all, he is the father of the Congress. Members of Congress would only confess him as the god of wealth, so how dare you offend him? List Legoland as a dangerous person in SSS and monitor it in real time. It is tantamount to eating other people's food, smashing other people's pots, and swearing at other people's fathers. This is a treason. After thinking about it, Nick Fury sighed. Needless to say, I understand what you mean, forget it, consider the matter long term, and make a decision later. Nick Fury sighed, his heart suffocated with fire. He was hanged and beaten, and he couldn't fight back. This feeling was really too aggrieved. But the other party is Legoland. Franklin. No matter how suffocated, he has to endure it. Legoland can guess some of Nick Fury's frustration. But he doesn't care. For him, whatever game you care about, he has to lie on his stomach in front of this young master. Failure to follow suit is very serious. At Franklin Mountain Villa, Legoland accompanied Lingboli and Sophia to dinner with a soft complexion. Both women looked at what happened just now. Sophia has been with Legoland for a long time, so she has already got used to it. But it was the first time that Lingboli saw his young master showing such a majestic appearance. And instead of being intimidated, she looked at Legoland even more admired. Master, do you need the zero machine to clean up that S.H.I.E.L.D? Lingboli's eyes burst out with a sense of war, and said. In her opinion, S.H.I.E.L.D is an enemy of her master, and that is an enemy of her. As Legoland's fighter, it is necessary to share her worries. Upon hearing this, Legoland smiled. Don't use it for the time being, I will let you continue to do it when you need it. And now what you need to do is take a good rest, and then accept a gift from me. Ask for flowers and comments, monthly tickets, brothers, happy weekend, make it for me. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Purple Eva Body, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. Yeah. Hearing Legoland's words, Lingboli ordered a little, and then continued to eat the steak elegantly. The food in front of her has now become her greatest enjoyment. Born in the apocalyptic world, she has never eaten something so delicious. Slowly, she has begun to like the world, and she likes her young master even more. At this moment, Legoland's beauty assistant Sophia received a call. After a few sounds, her charming eyes looked at Legoland on the opposite side. Master, Justin Hammer is calling. Hearing that, Legoland nodded while eating steak. Sophia was interested and immediately tapped on her mobile phone. Suddenly, a holographic image appeared in front of them. I saw a man in a suit and tie standing stiffly. Seeing Legoland, the man in the suit immediately showed awe, and knelt on one knee to express his respect. The man in the suit is no one else, but the master of Hanmer Industries, Justin Hanmer. He is also the main character in the Iron Man 2 incident. In the original timeline, Hanmo was finally arrested and sent to jail. But because of Lugo Ian's intervention, the ending was changed. Now Hanmo Industry has been completely acquired by him. And Han Mo himself became his loyal subordinate. So there is a scene in front of you. Master, Justin Hammer salutes you. I have found Ulysses Crow and purchased all vibranium from him. But he never said anything about Wakanda, and he insisted on seeing you. Han Mo respectfully said that he has an instinctive fear of Legoland. This young man is like a god in his heart, not to be profaned. Others don't know, but he knows clearly. What happened to the giant mecha in the daytime today? That was made by his young master. If you do well, you will get the rewards you deserve. As for Ulysses Crow, when I have time, I will meet him. Legoland said calmly. Taking the Hanmo industry into his own use was Lugo Ian's first move to dominate the world. This arms group has development potential no less than that of Stark Industries. It's just that in the original timeline, Hanmo's incompetence caused him to become lonely. And now with Lugo Ian's joining, there is the Franklin family as a backer. Hanmo Industry is hard to be lonely. Nowadays, the market value of Hanmo Industry has skyrocketed, and it is already approaching Stark Industry. The reason why Legoland acquired Hanmo Industry is actually very simple. It is because Hanmo Industry has its own complete arms manufacturing line and mature scientific research technology. He needs someone to provide him with constantly weapons and the ability to produce high-precision products. The weapon used by the EVA Zero machine was created by his Hanmo Industry. In addition, he is also laying the foundation and paving the way for his future plans. Want to dominate this world and live in peace in this world. A strong individual is far from enough. This can be seen from any overlord. Odin was shocked by the Nine Realms because he had the vast organization of God's domain, and he had an army capable of fighting for the 9th time. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One can protect the earth from being swallowed by alien forces for thousands of years because she has 3 magician holy places. Thanos can conquer the universe and wipe out half of his lives because he has the invincible team of the Dark Order. In addition to them, all powerful existences have their own powerful organizations. Legoland knows the importance of this, so he must also build his own power. And what he can build is naturally related to the world of science and technology, the army of science and technology. The army of robots, the army of humanoids, the army of biochemical people, etc., technologies related to various technological worlds. He must make good use of it and provide enough nutrients for his ambitions. And the key point of this is naturally the production line that ability manufactures these forces. Therefore, the acquisition of Hanmo Industry is the most basic step on his path to strength. As for any of the technological products just mentioned, in addition to requiring excellent manufacturing technology, another point is also very important, and that is to create their materials. In the Marvel world, it is the most well-known material. Naturally it is vibranium. This is the main reason why he asked Hanmo to find Crow. Ulysses Crow's family has been in the vibranium business for generations. Only he has the magical metal vibranium in his hands. And so far, only this guy knows the entrance to Wakanda. Therefore, his purpose of looking for Crow is not only to buy vibranium, but also to know how to enter Wakanda, and then to obtain more vibranium. As for why he needs so much vibranium, the purple EVA body, which is still in the testing stage in the secret base at the moment, can give the answer. Brothers, rush. The data is up. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Hello, I am Dabai, please ask for flowers and comments. Hearing that Legoland would reward him, Hanmo's face immediately showed excitement. No one knows better than him what the reward Legoland gave him is. That is a genetic medicine that can give ordinary people extraordinary powers. He doesn't care about extraordinary power but not power. What he cares more about is that this kind of genetic medicine can rejuvenate his body with the vitality of the prime of life. Can greatly extend his lifespan. This is what he really hopes to have. Since entering the 50-year-old mark, his physical functions have been greatly weakened. Now even on his beloved and charming long-legged baby, he is already powerless. This bothers him extraordinarily. He is an enjoyment pie, and the purpose of making money is to enjoy life. And how can men enjoy life without the beautiful and charming long-legged baby? So he dreamed of letting himself have a young body again. And this wish his young master will soon satisfy him. In this way, he was naturally extremely excited. Thank you, young master. Hanmer will definitely work harder for the young master for the rest of his life. Hanmer immediately expressed his sincerity. Hearing that, Legoland smiled lightly and said, "It's good for you to have this kind of heart. Work hard, Hanmo, your future will definitely be better." After that, Legoland directly hung up the phone. Han Emo, who knelt down on the ground, dared to stand up as he watched Legoland disappeared. Because he was too excited, he immediately yelled in excitement after he got up. Seeing him so excited, the men outside quickly rushed in, looking nervous. "Boss, what happened?" Upon seeing this, Hanmo coughed in embarrassment and said, "Nothing happened. Can I be happy? Get out." "Yes, boss." After being inexplicably trained by the boss, the man had a dumbfounded face and quickly retreated. At this moment, Han Emo still couldn't hide his excitement. So, he played a dance song, and then swayed in the room on his own. Inside Franklin Mountain House, Legoland and his party have finished their meal. In the huge room, Lingboli sat rigidly beside Legoland. Put your hands on your JK skirt and circle each other in circles. It can be seen that she is extremely nervous at this moment. Because in the huge room, only she and the young master are left. This was the first time she encountered this kind of solitary situation with the young master. "Are you nervous?" Legoland looked at the stunner in front of him gently. The long and well-proportioned white legs throbbed high because of Roar's suction. The long neck is hidden under the blue shoulder-length hair, which is as white as jade. All of this exudes fatal temptation. Legoland, who has always loved Oni-san fan. At this moment, I can't stand this hormonal breath from the young girl. Yeah. Lingboli nodded, very gentle. At this moment, Legoland gently grabbed Lingboli's hand into his own. The moment she was touched by Legoland, Lingboli's heartbeat immediately accelerated and her face flushed immediately. That feeling was like an electric shock, and it made her feel a tingling feeling in her heart. "I'm not a big bad wolf, so I don't need to be nervous. Come, close your eyes, I will give you a present, I promise you will like it," Legoland said with a smile, speaking softly. Lingboli became even more nervous when she heard Lugo Ian's words. Suddenly, many pictures appeared in her mind. In her opinion, when men ask women to close their eyes, they usually kiss them. At this moment, the young master asked himself to close his eyes. Does it mean to kiss himself? So shy. But I don't seem to be able to. Will this make the young master angry? It seems to kiss that you need to raise your head slightly and then pout. Regardless, I must not let the young master down, and must not make the young master angry. Countless thoughts popped up in Lingboli's heart. In the end, she plucked up the courage, closed her eyes and raised her head slightly, and then pouted her mouth. Seeing Lingboli suddenly making such a move, Legoland couldn't help but feel astonished. Then he smiled slightly. It seemed that this charming girl had misunderstood what he meant. This couldn't help making him think it was fun, but he didn't take advantage of Lingboli's advantage. This woman belongs to him, and so will be now. So if he really wants to get this woman, he can ask her to dedicate at any time. There is no need to use such means at all. Smiling, he took a step back, and then took a softer white hand and gently placed it on Lingboli's hand. Suddenly, the soft white big hand gently held Lingboli's palm. "Hello, my name is Dabai, your personal health assistant. I scanned your heart beating too fast, you are very nervous, do you need me to do something for you?" A gentle voice sounded. Hearing the sudden sound, Lingboli was startled and immediately opened his eyes. Suddenly, a soft white robot appeared in front of her eyes. "This soft robot is Dabai. Ask for flowers and comments, monthly tickets, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Young Master's Second Gift, please ask for flowers and comments." The big white body is made of polyethylene material, and the body is extremely soft, like a large balloon. Because he is a medical robot, his voice is said to be exceptionally gentle, and he is the patron saint of gentleness. It is based on this characteristic that Legoland would like to give it to Lingboli as a gift. Lingboli, who has the same gentle personality, will definitely like this cute white thing in front of her. Just as Lingboli looked stunned, Dabai opened its soft embrace, and then rushed Lingboli in. "Does this make you feel better?" Dabai's gentle voice sounded again. Holding Dabai, who was like a pillow, Lingboli's nervousness actually eased. She nodded very obediently, and said, "I feel better, thank you. As long as you say you are satisfied with my service, I will go to sleep." Dabai said with a dumb face. "I am satisfied with your service." Lingboli smiled softly, looking at Dabai and said, "Okay, I'm going to sleep, see you next time." After speaking, Dabai walked into his charging pile with his short legs. He almost tripped over accidentally along the way. Seeing such a scene, Lingboli couldn't help showing a gentle smile on her face. At this moment, she realized that her young master was looking at her with a smile all the way. This couldn't help making her nervous again, her face flushed slightly. "How about this gift, do you like it?" Legoland asked with a smile. "Well, I like it, thank you master." Lingboli nodded heavily, her face full of joy. This is the time Legoland laughed the most after Lingboli was cloned. It seems that she likes the medical robot Dabai from the bottom of her heart. Just like it, Dabai will be your partner in the future. Dabai is not only a personal health assistant, he also has a combat form, able to protect you well. Legoland reminded. Although Lingboli was able to control the EVA Zero machine, it broke out with super combat effectiveness. But after leaving EVA, Lingboli is actually an ordinary girl. That's why Legoland specially gave Dabai as a gift to her. One is because Dabai has a gentle personality, knows how to comfort people, and can accompany Lingboli well. Secondly, because of the fighting form that Dabai possesses, it can also protect Lingboli's safety very well. It can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Battle form. Hearing Legoland said that Dabai still has a combat form, Lingboli couldn't help being surprised. How could the gentle guy just now possess combat effectiveness? She really can't imagine that picture. Seeing his reaction, Legoland smiled and said, "You will know later, and you will never be disappointed." Where did Lingboli know that Dabai could be transformed into an invincible god of war form? The transformed Dabai comes with wings, boosters, rocket punches, and invincible armor. It is a super robot with strong offensive power. Yeah. After hearing what the young master said, she naturally wouldn't doubt it. She nodded silently, and then a charming smile appeared on her face again. Upon seeing this, Legoland's heart trembled, and then smiled and waved to Lingboli. "Close your eyes again, and I have another gift for you." Lingboli looked curious when she heard Legoland's words, but still closed her eyes obediently. "I look forward to what the second gift of the young master is." But at this moment, her lips felt a warm breath. Suddenly, her face turned red, and her eyes closed tightly. "Is this the second gift from the young master? Very nice. Lingboli closed her eyes, thinking silently in her heart. New York, inside a luxurious coastal villa. Tony Stark was sitting in his private studio with his chin under his head. What is the substance that creates the phase shift space? Tony Stark murmured to himself, looking puzzled. Since the Battle of New York ended, he has been obsessed with studying that giant body. Eva must not be able to study, so he focused on the weapons used by Eva. Especially the mysterious barrier that can reach the star-destroying cannon attack made him extremely enthusiastic. If he can study that thing, then the defensive ability of his steel battle suit will increase exponentially. This will help him unimaginably in the future battles. But what gave him a headache is that he has been unable to analyze what the substance that creates the phase shift space is. It seems I can only go to that guy and ask. Tony Stark sighed. The guy in his mouth naturally refers to Legoland. Didn't you also want to find him? At this moment, his assistant Potts walked in and said, "Hurry up and eat something. Otherwise, the food will be cold again," Potts said with a look of concern while holding the dinner. Hearing this, Tony got up from the chair, then hugged Potts gently from behind. "You are right, since you don't understand, just find him. Anyway, I still owe him a favor, this time I will pay it back." Tony smiled. Gaikiu Data. Asterisk. Chapter 35 The first EVA machine was born. The impact of the Battle of New York was more than just devastating the city. It is not only for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers to see the power of the EVA Zero machine. The more important impact is that the emergence of EVA completely broke the current pattern of forces in this world. Kamartaj, Magician Holy Place. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One sits quietly in the holy place. In front of him, several big apprentices stood respectfully. "Master, the emergence of that giant creature broke the regional stability that we were struggling to maintain. Do we need to take action?" Wang asked with a serious expression on his face. "The existence of that monster is a threat to our entire planet. I think we must take action to restrain it, and then there will be endless suffering," Mordu said solemnly. For their words, Ancient One did not immediately give an answer. Instead, she continued to close her eyes and rely on her powerful magic power to spy on Luo Ian's future. In the past, with her magic power, she could easily see each other's future. But what she didn't expect this time was that she failed. Whenever she wanted to spy on Luo Ian's future, her eyes seemed to be covered with a black cloth. No matter how hard she tried, he couldn't penetrate the black cloth to see the situation behind. Why is this? Why can't I see anything? His future turned out to be a mystery. Countless years have passed as Sorcerer Supreme. But it was the first time she encountered such an unthinkable thing. That man's future can't even be spied on by her. There is only one possibility of this situation. That is, the strength of the person she spied far surpassed her Sorcerer Supreme. Or, behind the person she spied, there was an existence far beyond hers, which blocked everything about him. In this way, she was naturally shocked. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a strange light burst into her eyes. "Don't mess with that guy for now, he is an odd number," Ancient One said solemnly. Hearing what Ancient One magician said, the disciples were shocked and thought they had heard it wrong. "Anomalous? Is it good or bad?" Mordo asked curiously. "Now I'm not sure." Ancient One shook his head. "But you don't have to worry too much, I will go to meet that little guy in person." Ancient One thought for a while and said with a serious face. Luo Lan guessed something about everything he had figured out. But he didn't expect to be surprised by existences like Thanos and Ancient One. This shows that the strength of the EVA body is evident. Inside Franklin's secret base, a giant purple mech rose slowly. Luo Lan stood in front of the mech with a look of intoxication. Looking at the mecha in front of him, he was like looking at his own child. This purple mecha is nothing but Ludo Ian's second EVA mecha. And the shape of this EVA is completely based on the appearance of the first machine. However, although the appearance is the appearance of the first machine, but the inside is completely different from the first machine in the original. Anyone who has watched EVA should know that the number 1 machine integrates part of the soul of the protagonist's mother. Therefore, the first chance will automatically protect the protagonist from harm, even if it is not plugged in, he can act. And the combat effectiveness is exploding, and it can directly crush other apostles. Based on this, Ludo Lan incorporated his genes into it when designing his first phone. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the first phone in front of me is Ludo Ian's child. Standing in front of the number 1 machine, Ludo Lan was excited. I don't know if it is because my brain power is strengthened by the serum. At this moment, he obviously felt that he had a mysterious connection with the EVA number 1 machine in front of him. Because of this mysterious connection, he just stood in front of the number 1 machine and felt that he could manipulate him. So he tried to give an order to raise his hand in his mind. Suddenly, something that shocked all scientific researchers happened. I saw that the number 1 machine, which was completely in a power-off state, raised his arm by himself. Then he squeezed tightly, and suddenly the air exploded in the palm of his hand. Alarm, alarm, there is an abnormality in the first unit, please evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. An urgent alarm sounded, shocking all scientific researchers. They immediately left their work and planned to evacuate. Master, you also hurry to evacuate. Ludo Ian's beautiful assistant Sophia also pulled Ludo Lan and planned to evacuate. But at this moment, Ludo Lan spoke. Stay still, it's okay. Ludo Ian's words are like Dingai Shenzhen. Immediately, everyone's mood in the stormy sea was stabilized. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Ludo Lan. They didn't know why Ludo Lan said that. But at this moment, an unforgettable scene appeared for them. I saw Ludo Lan, who was standing in front of the EVA number 1 machine, stretched out his right hand towards the EVA number 1 machine. Just when everyone was wondering why Ludo Lan did this, they were horrified to find that the EVA number 1 machine, which was completely unplugged, had also raised their right hand. Then he slowly slammed Ludo Ian's palm together, and it felt like a beckoning roar. This. So possible. Unknowingly, it is already 60,000 words, and the data is still half dead. Work hard to update Chapter 7 today, everyone's tickets are here. Asterisk. Chapter 36 The first machine built by Vibranium, please ask for flowers and comments. Looking at the scene in front of him, all the scientific researchers looked like hell. Although the technology of the EVA body was built by Ludo Lan alone, their scientific researchers are no more than workers who build blocks. But even so, they also know clearly that if EVA wants to be active, it must be plugged in. And it must be controlled by qualified persons, both of which are indispensable. But what happened at this moment was completely beyond their cognition. Their young master didn't have a neural connection with the first machine at all, and the first machine was not plugged in. But the two of them are able to interact at this moment. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. A miracle, it is a miracle. The chief engineer of the project looked at the scene with excitement. As a full participant of the entire project, he knows how incredible this is, better than other researchers. What is the milestone significance of this situation for the entire EVA project? The EVA body that can move without plugging in is the ultimate goal that the EVA project has been pursuing. And this goal, he had always felt impossible to achieve before this. At that time, their young master stood out from the crowd and insisted on proceeding according to his own ideas. Only in this way can I see this incredible scene at this moment. Only then did he understand how far-sighted their young master was and how evil he was against the sky. Only characters like their young master can do this. As everyone knows, Luo Lan himself did not expect that the first contact between him and the EVA number 1 machine would happen in such a situation. If Luo Lan hadn't been physically and mentally strengthened by the Hulk serum at this moment, he should have been unable to do so. The reason why he is able to do this at the moment, in the final analysis, is because he has the telepathy ability. In addition, the body of the number 1 machine possessed part of his genes, so under the action of the two, the mutation at this moment appeared. It can only be said that this is a beautiful thing made by mistake, it is completely fate. I am becoming more and more curious about the synchronization rate between us. Luo Lan stood in front of the EVA number 1 machine and said with a smile on his face. Without the connection of neurons, you can easily control the unplugged EVA first machine. So once the neural connection is established, what a terrifying synchronization rate will be achieved. Even Luo Lan was looking forward to it. But now is not the time for him to connect with the first EVA machine. Because the timing is not ripe yet. If you regard EVA as a product. So whenever a product is released, the world must be in an uproar. This is Luo Yan's basic requirement of himself. Just like this time in the New York battle, the EVA Zero machine turned the tide, a blockbuster. Only at the right time can we achieve extraordinary results. And for Luo Lan, the first machine is still in the first test stage, and even the first machine's restraining mecha hasn't met his requirements. As the second EVA machine built by Luo Lan, it can't be worse than the Zero machine anyway. Moreover, the number 1 machine was specially built for him, so his requirements are even more strict. Not to mention other things, just the binding mecha of the first machine, he requires that it must be made of vibranium. This is also the main reason why he wanted to find Ulysses Crow. Because only Crow knows the location of Wakanda's entrance. And only Wakanda, this country, has enough vibranium reserves to build his full vibranium EVA first machine. All the plans he made at the moment, the goal is to point to Wakanda. If Wakanda gets acquainted, he is willing to spend money to buy their vibranium. But if they don't know each other, then he doesn't mind taking advantage and conquering by force. In order to achieve his goals, he can do whatever he can. If people are not cruel, how can they stand firm in this world? How far is the current binding mecha? Luo Lan looked at the chief engineer not far away and asked. Upon hearing this, the chief engineer walked over respectfully immediately. Master, currently our vibranium reserves are only enough to build a mecha leg, which is far from it. The chief engineer said with embarrassment. It's still so bad, it seems it's time to speed up. Sophia, contact Hanmo and say that I will find him tomorrow and I will interrogate Ulysses myself. Luo Lan thought for a while. It's master, I'll get in touch. Sophia nodded and walked out quickly. Master, apart from vibranium, the anti-gravity of the first unit is also a problem. With such a heavy body, using traditional power systems, the mobility cannot meet your requirements. The chief engineer said with a headache. The EVA Zero machine is built in the image of the original, so there is no flight ability. In the design of the first aircraft, Luo Lan added the anti-gravity flight ability in addition to the full vibranium mecha. It is a big upgrade on the original basis, so the required technology is far beyond the original, because the difficulty of research and development has also been greatly increased. I see, I will solve the anti-gravity system. Luo Lan nodded, already having a countermeasure in his mind. Some data, trouble everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 37, The Right Way to Kill Father? As a man with a system, Luo Yan's intelligence has been strengthened several times by the serum at this moment. A mere anti-gravity system is naturally not difficult to defeat it, the only difficulty is that the material that creates the anti-gravity field is relatively rare. And this substance that can create an anti-gravity field is nothing else, it is gravitational onium. Gravity onium is a rare element with a very high atomic number. It is extremely rare and even most people do not believe its existence. It forms a wave and amorphous form by destroying the gravity field inside the originally. When it is electrified, it will solidify, and the gravity field will spray out, thereby randomly changing the gravity field around it. Gravitium is as rare as vibranium, but the functions of the two are not the same. Now that he knew the breakthrough, it was not difficult to get a metal like gravitionium with his ability. While Legoland was still thinking, an alarm sounded suddenly. Alarm, alarm, there is an enemy attack and an enemy attack. Hearing the sudden alarm sound, Legoland was startled, his face was extremely ugly. What's the matter? Legoland asked curiously. At this moment, the beauty assistant Sophia hurried over. Master, it's not good. Several fighter jets suddenly attacked from behind the Angus Mountains. The target is our secret base. Sophia said nervously, her face full of horror. Call the monitor and see what's going on. Legoland said blankly. This secret base has been established for some time. Before that, it had always been very low-key, and no one knew its existence. But since the Battle of New York a few days ago, with the launch of EVA 0, their base has also been pushed to the forefront. There has been a lot of heated discussion on the internet, and some good travel friends and bloggers have specially come to their mountains to take an adventure. He said that he wanted to find out the secret of that giant, and let everyone see what shocking secrets there is in the Angus Mountains. But these guys were naturally sent away easily by Legoland. But what he didn't expect was that even the military was dispatched at this moment. A dozen of the most advanced fighter jets were dispatched. And without a word, they locked them directly. This is obviously to give yourself a bit of prestige. Although the influence of their Franklin family is enough to affect some of the resolutions of Congress. But this does not mean that Legoland can really cover the sky with one hand. If it can be so, there is no need for him to build his own power now. It's not enough to use the military of the beautiful country directly for your own use. Obviously this is impossible. As mentioned before, Franklin is not the only Chable in this huge and beautiful country. There are several other Chables who are no less powerful than their Franklin family. And it is precisely because of the existence of these Chable families that the Franklin family will not be dominant. This is also deliberately done by the beautiful government. As the world's most capable game of rights country. How could the government of a beautiful country put the fate of a country in the hands of a family? An egg cannot be placed in the same basket, and interests need to be constrained by each other. They play this truth plainly. In the eyes of the high-level government of a beautiful country, the Chable is just a stepping stone for them to realize their personal political interests. And if this stepping stone is too high, so high that neither of them can stand firm, then they will step their feet on the other stepping stones, and then try to kick to the highest one. This is a game they are good at, and it is also a favorite of other Chable families. After all, there are not many opportunities to kick away opponents at their level. But this time they are afraid they will be disappointed. They still don't know how terrible the existence they have offended. The huge holographic image shows the scene of 15 F-22 fighter jets passing extremely fast in the Angus Mountains. This is the most outstanding Falcon formation of the Air Force of the beautiful country, and it is still a whole formation. This is also enough to show that the military of the beautiful country has also paid special attention to this operation. Legoland. Franklin, this is the Falcon formation. On behalf of the National Air Force, I officially inform you. You have been ordered and arrested for committing a crime of endangering national security. From now on we will take over your base with full authority. All your personnel are requested to withdraw from the base immediately, do not resist, or else kill them. Don't try to turn on that giant monster, otherwise we won't rule out the use of nuclear strikes. A cold voice came from the radio, announcing the purpose of the trip. Hearing this voice, the faces of all personnel in the base showed fear. They never expected that people from the military would begin to intervene in the affairs of their base. This is simply unthinkable to them. Because everyone knows what the Franklin family represents. That is one of the top chaebol families in the entire beautiful country. On weekdays, even when people in Congress see their young master, they must respectfully call roar, just like a pug. But at this moment, they dare to invade the territory belonging to the Franklin family. This is obviously to kill the right way. The climax is coming, ask for data. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Nanotechnology Battle Armor, Seeking Flowers and Evaluation. Presumptuous, Master, how dare they? How much tax do we pay to the country each year, and how much money do we subsidize the government? How could they be so shameless, eating ours and drinking ours? Now they are going to smash our jobs. This is a robber, this is a bully. It's too much to say that nuclear strikes will be used. Hateful. Compared to the panic of others, Sophia said with an angry face. Because she is a close friend of Luolan, she is responsible for many things related to the government. It is precisely because of this that she knows better than others how much funding the Franklin family provides to this government. That's an astronomical figure. But at this moment, these blood-sucking worms who were funded by them actually said that they turned their faces when they turned their faces, and they even wanted to seize their bases. So, how could she not be angry? She has a murderous heart. Seeing Sophia's face of rage, Luolan was smiling, with a calm look. Dogs can never change eating shit, do you still expect these evil dogs to be grateful to us? Seeing profit and forgetting righteousness, crossing the river and demolishing bridges, but these politicians are good at it, I have guessed from the beginning. But I originally thought that when they saw the Eva body I made, they would be afraid of it. Then continue to be one of my dogs obediently, keeping me like a good collaborator. But what I didn't expect was that I still underestimated the greed of these dogs. Instead of worrying about me, they are worrying about the Eva body. Treat me as a threat to them. Hee, it doesn't seem to teach these guys a deep lesson. They don't know how to write dead words. Luolan said calmly. A terrifying killing intent burst out in his eyes. He himself did not expect the military to obtain Eva. Even dared to fight with him. It seems that behind this incident, there is a big invisible hand controlling it. Master, it's not good, a tank force has been assembled outside the gate of our base. At this moment, another security guard hurried over. It seems that the other party is well prepared. It's the whole service. Looking at the advanced tanks displayed in front of them, Luolan sneered. Master, what should we do? The other party has even sent nuclear weapons. Do we need to retreat temporarily? Sophia said with a worried look, although she knew the power of the EVA Zero machine. But now all of them are here. If the other party does use nuclear weapons, the EVA Zero machine can hold it, but people like them can't hold it. And the other party must know this too, so he dared to threaten them like this. I have to say that the other party is really insidious. Retreat? Haha, a group of young people don't need us to retreat. Luolan said with an arrogant face, he didn't pay attention to these military people at all. That said, Chitorai's star fleet was all beaten away by him. How can a mere human army help him? If he retreats, it would be a big joke. Then we need to dispatch EVA Zero machine. Sophia asked. Master, I'm ready, I can play at any time. At this moment, Lingboli walked up to Luolan in a white tight-fitting battlesuit. There was an incomparable fighting spirit on her beautiful face. However, Luolan did not agree to her fight. They are not qualified to let our Eva dispatch. Then how do we respond? Everyone looked at Luolan in amazement. Hearing this, Luolan smiled slightly, and then lightly tapped on his chest. Suddenly, a purple liquid seeped out from under his clothes. It's just a blink of an eye. The purple liquid formed a purple steel armor on the surface of his body. Legoland turned into a battle armor for the first time in front of everyone. This purple suit of steel armor looks exactly like the EVA No. 1 machine. It can even be said to be a reduced version of the EVA first machine. Seeing such a scene, everyone's faces were stunned. Crimson Mecha, is this the improved version of the young master Crimson Mecha? This is too cool. God, even Tony Stark's steel armor can't be compared. It turned out to be a liquid transformation. Could it be that this is the nanotechnology that the young master has been talking about? It's so cool, it's so cool. A group of scientific researchers uttered admiration one after another. The eyes looking at Legoland were full of admiration. It's not just nanotechnology, it's more advanced nanorobot technology. At this moment, Ivan Vank walked out with a proud face and said, "What, nanobot? Isn't this a technology that the young master just proposed? Shouldn't it be still in development?" Sophia said with an incredible expression. "How can the wisdom of our young master be beyond our reach? I have been studying nanotechnology for several months, but there is not much progress. And just a few days ago, the young master only spent one night to fully research it out. And it was quickly built and mass-produced. Then he transformed my Crimson Mech into what it is now. I have to say that the performance of the Crimson Mecha modified by the master is 10,000 times that of mine. I admire it. By the way, I forgot to tell you. All of Master's nanorobots are built using vibranium. Gaikia data, grateful. Flowers, evaluation, what do you want for a monthly pass? Asterisk. Chapter 39 What the hell is the conspiracy, seeking flowers and evaluation? What? Are you talking about the suit of the young master's armor or the full vibranium armor? Sophia looked shocked. Yes, that's what it means. The defensive ability of this Crimson Mecha is by far the strongest in the world. Even the damn Tony Stark is less than 1/10,000th of this Mecha. Speaking of the Crimson Mecha I developed crushed the steel battle suit. Ivan Vank's face was full of excitement. Tony Stark is his mortal enemy. As long as it can crush Tony Stark, to him is the coolest thing in the world. Vibranium is known as one of the hardest metals in the world. It is extremely difficult to cut it in half. Needless to say, it is divided into nanoparticles that are invisible to the naked eye. How did Master do it? A group of scientific researchers said in disbelief. If it weren't for this utterance from the lunatic Ivan Vank, they wouldn't believe it at all. I don't know this. For me, this is also a mystery. Ivan Vank shrugged. Obviously, he is also very curious about how Legoland divides vibranium into nanoparticles. But this is obviously a top-secret technology that cannot be said. While curious, he also had to be convinced once again by the young master's mind. In terms of wisdom, there should be only the damn Tony Stark in this world who can be compared with him. Although he hates Tony Stark, he still cannot deny Tony Stark's ability. No, today's young master has been strengthened by the serum, and his intelligence has been improved. I'm afraid that guy will be inferior to it. Ivan Vank thought of it silently. Amidst the exclamation of a group of people, Legoland walked to the gate of the base unhurriedly. The door slowly opened, and a row of tanks appeared in front of Legoland. The battle is on the verge. And at this moment, above the sky aircraft carrier of SHIELD. Nick Fury looked at the screen in front of him with horror, and let out a beast-like growl. Swearing at Fak, who gave the order? Which BCH gave this wicked order? Does he want our soldiers to die? Looking at the scene on the screen, even Nick Fury felt a little suffocated. You have to know that even if he exists, he only dared to get addicted in private. Said to include Legoland as a dangerous SSS person. But in fact he dare not do anything. Because he clearly understands that Legoland is no ordinary person. If it really provokes him, then the price they have paid is definitely more tragic than the alien invasion. After all, even the group of aliens who made New York riddled with scars ended up in the hands of that man. In this way, he really couldn't imagine the scene where they were enemies with Luolan and went into full-scale war. That is simply a nightmare. But at this moment, there is actually such a shameful use of force against the Franklin family. So how can he not be angry and not surprised? He has the heart to want to eat people. Check me to death. Who is responsible for this operation? Nick Fury asked the Hill agent with a solemn face. Hill agent immediately tapped on the computer in front of him. Suddenly, she showed a sudden realization. Ross, it's General Rose. Is that madman again? No, his level is not enough to give such an order, he is just a knife in the hands of others. There should be someone with a higher level behind him. Please continue to check for me. Nick Fury shook his head and said. Top secret, no further inquiry. Hill agent said with a solemn look at Nick Fury. Fack, who on earth can't wait to take action on the Franklin family? What does he want to do? Is it because it is the giant mecha that covets that guy? This shouldn't be. The upper group of human spirits would never be so stupid. They are even less likely to offend the Franklin family by joking about their political career. There must be another purpose, there must be another. Let me continue to check. Nick Fury's sixth sense told him that this is probably not so simple. There must be some conspiracy behind this. But what exactly is this conspiracy? He couldn't think of it. No need to check, I can tell you the answer. At this moment, Iron Man Tony Stark flew in from outside. You should know that I am very curious and don't like to wait. So I hacked into your system directly. I think you guys wouldn't mind it? It's not the first time after all. Tony Stark teased, and waved his hand. Suddenly, a holographic image appeared in front of Nick Fury. What is displayed on the hologram at the moment is a letter of command. The sign at the bottom of the order letter turned out to be his friend Pierce's name. Pierce, why is Pierce? Why did he give such an order? There was an incomprehensible color on Nick Fury's face. Flowers, evaluations, monthly tickets, all kinds of requests, trouble you all. Asterisk. Chapter 40 is over. Maybe you should ask him directly about this. Tony Stark shrugged and said, with a relaxed and calm look. Seeing him like this, Nick Fury was furious. If you are watching the excitement, congratulations, you will be able to see it soon. Hee, I really like watching the excitement, but the purpose of my trip is not to watch the excitement. But I heard that you have already gone to find Luolan? Tony Stark asked suddenly. Hearing Tony's questioning, Nick Fury was taken aback. Which pot is this pot or not? He has spent the past few days in bed. I can just get up and move around today. Unexpectedly, I ran into such a FG thing. He suspected that this guy was deliberate. But judging from Tony Stark's expression at the moment, he really didn't seem to know. Why are you asking this? Nick Fury looked at Tony curiously and asked. What's wrong, can't you ask about this? Tony said. Definitely, but what do you want to know? It's nothing, it's just that I had a little misunderstanding with that guy before. So I want to get to the bottom with you. What is his temper? I heard Tony Stark say that. He finally knew what he wanted to ask. So he thought for a while, and said, it's good, you are very kind to me, and I have a meal. Oh, isn't it? That's really good. Tony nodded, his expression relaxed. Little did Nick Fury so-called eat a meal. What I eat is stir-fried meat with whip. But Nick Fury will naturally not talk to Tony Stark. After all, this kind of treatment, he doesn't want to enjoy it alone. If Tony could eat too, he would be very happy. If Tony Stark knew that the black marinated egg in front of him was so vicious. I don't know how he will feel, I guess I want to choke him to death. Then I'm leaving first, and I'll have to see him later. Tony Stark said. Do you think he will have time to see you later? Nick Fury pointed to the screen and said. At this moment, General Ross's tank army was all blocked at the door of the secret base, and the war was about to start. Upon seeing this, Tony Stark shrugged disapprovingly. They don't know what terrible opponent they faced, they will regret it. This battle will end soon, I can promise. Although Tony Stark at the moment does not know what means Legoland will use against the military. But he has seen the horrible combat power of the EVA Zero plane with his own eyes. He would never believe that a human with only tanks and fighter jets could be Lugo Ian's opponent. In his opinion, the military's behavior is no less than hitting a rock with a pebble, which is really stupid and ridiculous. As for the military's approach, he actually couldn't get used to it a long time ago. He created a steel battle suit that year. The first thing the military thought about was to ask him to surrender the technology of the steel battle suit. Attempt to use his steel armor to provide the military with a powerful armor legion. Fortunately, he finally relied on his own ingenuity to dispel the other party's delusions. No one knows better than him how shameless and rascal this group of warlords is. So when he saw that the opponent could not be Lugo Ian's opponent, he didn't talk about it. On the contrary, it is like a spectator, and it doesn't matter if you hang up high. Because to be honest, he himself wanted to see the poor look of the military. This feeling must make him feel very good. Definitely, Tony Stark would not tell Nick Fury these words. After all, he is now a member of Avengers, and he represents half of the government. Your own people look down on your own people, and if this kind of thing is spread, it is always bad. Although you don't want to admit it, you are telling the truth. These guys are looking for death. Nick Fury nodded silently, agreeing. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and he couldn't help being surprised. Pierce is a high-level official of our SHIELD. He issued this order, which also represents the attitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it, this will make that guy misunderstand that our S.H.I.E.L.D. started the war against him, and he will target our S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. Contact Rose quickly, I want to talk to him, let him evacuate quickly. Nick Fury said with a look of horror. He finally thought of the possible conspiracy behind this matter. Someone deliberately pushed their S.H.I.E.L.D. to the front of the stage. This is to provoke a war between them and Legoland. Yes. Hill agent immediately dialed the number of General Ross. It's in the command camp dozens of kilometers away in the Angus Mountains. General Rose was holding the screen in front of him coldly. General, a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. A communicator walked behind Rose with a radio communicator. Hearing this, General Rose slowly turned around. That annoying guy, what kind of phone you are making now, and you want to point fingers at me? General Rose said so, but still answered the phone. General Ross, this is a conspiracy, you must stop acting immediately, otherwise you will only become cannon fodder, meaningless. Huh, Nick Fury, what do you think the order is? Can you stop by saying stop? I am a soldier, and the military order is like a mountain, unless the superior issues a document, otherwise it is impossible for me to stop the action. General Rose said uncomfortably, and then hung up the phone directly. Damn it, that old guy is a stubborn bull. Nick Fury cursed. At this moment, the door of Franklin's secret base slowly opened, and Legoland, wearing a purple mecha, appeared in front of everyone. What is that? The purple steel battlesuit? How does it look a bit like that giant creature, is it a reduced version? Tony Stark said with a shocked look. It's over. Looking at the purple crimson mecha in front of him, Nick Fury felt cold. Seek freshness and evaluation, monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Don't talk about killing. The military has made it clear that if Legoland uses that giant mecha, it will launch a nuclear strike. Legoland even dared to use that kind of mecha. Does he want his people to die under the nuclear explosion? Hill agent said with a surprised look. Otherwise, let that guy catch it. If he is that kind of weak person, can he still defeat the aliens? Nick Fury said solemnly. No, this is not that terrifying mecha creature. I know very well that there are special life forms in that mech. And this mech is a human. Tony Stark explained immediately. Under his biodetector, Logo Ian's crimson mecha can't hide from his eyes. He could tell at a glance whether it was the Eva body. It's not the giant mecha, what is it? Is it Ivan Vank again? Nick Fury looked puzzled. Ivan Vank? Isn't he dead already? Hearing Ivan Vank's name, Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury in amazement. Trying to see the answer through Nick Fury's face. He is not dead, and he has become stronger than before. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff walked in with a band-aid on her cheek. Looking at her like this, Tony Stark looked curious. You said he wasn't dead? How did you know? And what's the matter with your face? Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff gave a wry smile and said, he was the one who hit. What? Didn't Nick say that the guy is very friendly and he invited you to a meal? Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark looked dumbfounded. This is completely different from what he heard from Nick Fury. Really? Did you tell him that? Natasha Romanoff also looked at Nick Fury in amazement. Upon seeing this, Nick Fury looked embarrassed. It doesn't seem to be a problem if I say that. Didn't he just treat us to a Huxia meal, and stir-fry meat with whip? Natasha Romanoff. Well, you are right, this meal almost ate me away. Natasha Romanoff said speechlessly. What are you talking about? Why am I a little bit confused? Tony Stark looked at both of them dumbfounded. It's okay, you will understand later. Natasha Romanoff patted Tony on the shoulder. Well, now is not the time to talk about this, we have to stop this meaningless war, otherwise our S.H.I.E.L.D. will suffer. Nick Fury said solemnly. Although I don't know why Pierce signed this order letter. But this does not affect the negative impact he brings. Once this war starts, their SHIELD bears the brunt and will be implicated. So the only thing they can do is to stop this war. Or, stand on Logo Ian's side at this time. After thinking about it, Nick Fury didn't have the slightest hesitation. Directly ordered, Avengers should act. But as soon as his words fell, Captain America Rogers hurried in. It's not good, something big happened. Angus Mountains. At the door of the secret base. Legoland wore the latest crimson mech and stood in front of a row of tanks. It's as cold as a statue. What's this? Mecha? Is that mecha? No, this is not the mecha is not like this, and the mecha is huge. Whatever it is, what does he want to do? All alert, get ready for battle. Listen to the people inside, you are already surrounded, immediately give up all resistance, or you will kill you. The commander of the tank army shouted to Legoland on the radio. Upon hearing this, Legoland smiled coldly, muttering to himself, doesn't it matter to kill? That is just right, it coincides with my idea. When the voice fell, Logo Ian's body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the tank formation. Damn it, attack immediately and blow him up for me. Seeing Legoland rush towards them without saying anything. The faces of a group of tank soldiers were full of horror. Suddenly, one tank after another directly launched an attack. I saw armor-piercing projectiles with thick arms rushing out of the barrel. He blasted towards Legoland with lightning speed. Such shells are enough to easily smash the bunker, and they are usually used to attack tanks and bunker. But at the moment the power is so huge that the cannonballs are actually used to attack a human mecha. In their opinion, this is simply an overkill. They used cannonballs to hit mosquitoes. Just when all the soldiers thought their one shot was enough to destroy the humanoid mech that came out suddenly, an unbelievable scene appeared. I saw that the humanoid mech only raised his fist, and then slammed out a punch. Suddenly they were bombarded with their shells. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion sounded. The flames and thick smoke completely enveloped the humanoid mecha. Do you died? Such attack power is crippled by immortality. A group of tank soldiers sneered. But at this moment, the thick smoke dissipated. The humanoid mech stood on the spot intact. Ask for flowers and comments, monthly ticket, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Terrible Monster, full firepower coverage. How can this be? Can't this guy be beaten to death? What kind of monster is this? Looking at the scene in front of him, the faces of all the tank soldiers showed horror. They guessed that the guy in front of them would be very strong, but they didn't expect to be so strong. Even that green monster would definitely not be able to resist their shot in such an understatement. You know, they use the armor-piercing projectile with the strongest penetrating power. With this attack power, even facing that terrifying green monster, at least it can knock it into the air. But the purple mecha in front of me was really like a sculpture inserted into the ground, without shaking. Is this your attack power? It is too weak. Luolan muttered to himself, eyes full of disdain. To know that he is now, even if he does not rely on the crimson mecha. Only his own physical body is enough to easily resist the attack of a cannonball. Needless to say, he is still wearing a state-of-the-art armor made by a nano-vibranium robot. With such equipment, facing this kind of conventional firepower attack, there is no difference from itching. The reason why he was not beaten out was actually very simple. Because vibranium has another name, it is called sound-absorbing steel. As the name suggests, sound-absorbing steel can absorb any kinetic energy. It is one of the best materials used to make defensive equipment. It is also the metal whose hardness is second only to adamantium in the world. Such metal can be said to be a fetish of offense and defense. This is also the main reason why Luolan has to collect so many vibranium to build the first EVA machine. Once the first EVA machine with a full vibranium body is built, the power that can burst out is enough to kill the gods. After giving a contemptuous look at the tank in front of him, Luolan jumped forward without saying a word. Suddenly, he easily provoked dozens of meters high, and then stepped on it from the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise. I saw that the seemingly solid tank turned into a pile of broken copper and iron directly under Luolan's feet. The poor attack power is pitiful, and the defense power is also very touching. You dare to surround my base just like this, who gave you the courage? Luolan said with disdain, the whole person turned into a fierce cheetah. Every time it jumps and falls, a tank will turn into a pile of broken copper and iron. And the soldiers inside naturally became a pool of meatloaf as the tank was destroyed. Where did the monster pop up? This is too scary. This guy is as terrible as the green monster. Get out. That green monster is not so cruel, this guy is simply a killer, and he doesn't give anyone a way to survive. Seeing such a brutal scene of Luolan, all the soldiers were shocked. Compared with the soldiers' horror, a group of scientific researchers in the secret base all enjoyed roar. Too strong, Master is too strong. We are saved. It deserves to be the mecha improved by the young Master himself, this combat power is enough to crush Iron Man. Just stepping on the tank directly turned the tank into a discus. What a terrifying power it must have. Such power, even the Hulk can't match it. Everyone was stunned by Luolan's performance. It was the first time that they saw a mecha whose power was comparable to that of the Hulk. No one knows why Ludo Ian's full vibranium mecha possesses such terrifying power. Part of it is indeed because of the blessing of the Crimson Mecha. But more importantly, Ludo Lan originally possessed power against the sky. Therefore, the combination of the two can produce such terrifying combat effectiveness. It is impossible for anyone to change this way. It can only be said that this full vibranium armor is indeed tailor-made for Ludo Lan. It can be said to be a strong alliance. It's hard to think about it or not. In the command camp in the distance, General Rose looked at the screen in front of him solemnly. As a general with rich practical experience, he had predicted how difficult Ludo Lan this hard bone would be. But looking at the scene at this moment, he still found that he underestimated the opponent's strength. Such a terrifying combat power, he had only seen it when he rounded up the Hulk. The Hulk was strong at the beginning, but the opponent has well-developed limbs and simple mind. But the guy in front of him has no less wisdom than Tony Stark, or even stronger. This is simply the perfect combination of force and intelligence. So it's harder to deal with. The Falcon formation immediately went to support and used Sidewinder missiles to suppress it strongly. The second tank lined up, using the full fire coverage of the cannon. Don't give him a chance to breathe, General Rose said quietly. As a general with rich experience in actual combat, he quickly made response tactics. But he didn't expect it. That is in the face of absolute strength. Any tactics are fist and embroidered, meaningless. Under the order of General Rose, 3 F-22 fighter jets immediately went to support. Suddenly, the 6 Sidewinder missiles came galloping towards Ludo Lan with white tail flames. The roar whistling tearing through the air, like the lament of death god, makes people shudder. On the ground, more than a dozen tanks played huge amounts of cannons at the same time. 6 missiles and more than a dozen cannons slammed down like raindrops. The situation is at stake. Seeking flowers, evaluations, monthly tickets, all kinds of requests. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Conscious Nanorobots. Master, withdraw quickly. Seeing such a dangerous scene, the hearts of all the people in the secret base jumped into their throats. With such firepower coverage, if they attacked the EVA Zero machine, they would never worry. Because the EVA Zero machine has done a defensive test, and it has reached the 4th stage of horror. Let alone a missile, even a powerful energy cannon can't cause much damage to it. But at this moment, Ludo Ian's Crimson Mech has not undergone a defensive test. Because this mecha was temporarily modified by Ludo Lan, it was too late to test it. So let alone ordinary researchers. Even the designer of the Crimson Mecha, Ivan Vank, has no idea how defensive this mecha can reach. However, according to his general guess, the mecha built with vibranium must be stronger than any mecha he has designed before. Therefore, even in the face of a full fire coverage attack, he still confidently believes that his master can easily handle it. It's not just that he believes, as the creator of this mecha, Ludo Lan is more confident than anyone else. But there is confidence to have confidence, but he is not a tortoise. How could he stand and let others attack? Isn't he a fool? He is not doing defensive performance testing now. This is a real battle, either you die or I live. Therefore, he has no idea of testing the mecha's defensive power at all, and his more idea is to fully display the combat power of this mecha. With this thought, Ludo Lan smiled slightly and said, "It's just right, I just lack the opportunity to fight. I will practice with you today." After speaking, Ludo Lan gently raised his right arm and pointed directly at the cannon fire swept through. At this moment, everyone was horrified to find that Ludo Ian's purple mecha was surging like a sea wave. Suddenly, the nanorobot built entirely by vibranium was like a bee wave, which quickly extended and expanded along his arm. In the blink of an eye, a huge purple hand with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared in front of everyone. Seeing these huge amounts of purple hands, everyone was shocked. What's this? What a big hand, how did this come out? It's amazing, is this also the ability of this mecha? It's incredible to conjure such a big arm out of thin air. A series of exclamations came from people's mouths, and their eyes were full of doubts. Because so far, they have never seen any mecha with such an ability. Even Tony Stark's steel battle suit can't do this. Obviously this is a super armor that is completely ahead of Iron Man. This is the consciousness shaping ability of the nanorobot. I didn't expect the master to even master this technology. Ivan Vank muttered to himself, his face also shocked. Because he is considered a key member of the base. Therefore, Luolan, the owner, often discusses many cutting-edge technologies or ideas with him. Among them, nanotechnology is the cutting-edge technology Luolan mentioned to him a week ago. But for the whole world, nanotechnology is not a new term. There are many scientists working on this project. And there are some that have been small achievements, so he didn't take them too seriously. However, Luolan mentioned to him an extended technique during this period. That is the technology of conscious nanorobot. And this new term made him very interested. The so-called consciousness nanobots. As the name suggests, it is a nanorobot that can be manipulated through consciousness. This technology is not only linked to nanotechnology. At the same time, it also needs to be associated with a series of other neurological studies such as biological brain waves and their combined effect. It means that users can easily control all nanorobots through their own consciousness and let it make all kinds of incredible actions. Among them, the combination of forms is the most important one. The so-called combination of shapes is to let nanorobots spell out any shape. The type of combination depends entirely on the imagination of the user. This is a bit like Green Lantern's ability, which can be said to be very bad. But it's easy to say, but it's not that simple to implement this technology perfectly. Apart from other things, nanotechnology and brainwave technology alone are not mature enough. Using brainwaves to give simple instructions is the past. But relying on brainwaves to control the shape of nanorobots is simply a fantasy in his opinion. It will take at least several years to successfully complete the development of this technology. Because both of these technologies need to be perfected first. But what he never expected was, in his opinion, it takes several years to complete the advanced technology. His master unexpectedly finished it completely in less than a week. How could he not be shocked? Just this intelligence, this research and development ability, is simply amazing. How did he know the reason why Luolan was able to develop a consciousness nanorobot in such a short time? It is completely thanks to the system of the infinite technological world. This so-called consciousness nanobot. In fact, it was Luolan who made improvements to the miniature robots in the superhero Marines. I'm a bit busy today, so I don't have a time code word, I can only make up at night, update it, ask for flowers, evaluation, monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Start Plan B. The audience masters who have seen Big Hero 6 know that the protagonist's miniature robot is exceptionally guarded. They are able to allow users to compose microrobots into different objects based on their own ideas. The villain even treated it as a body outside of his body. Let yourself have Superman-like powerful ability like climbing, jumping, speed skating, etc. And Luolan was just looking at the feature of this ability, so he moved it over and used it. However, he is naturally impossible to copy it, as an existence with defying intelligence. If he didn't improve the miniature robot, he would be really sorry for his wisdom. In this way, there will be a scene in front of you. The micro-robot is directly improved into a nano-vibranium robot. Consciousness shaping? What is this? Why don't I understand, it looks so profound. Sophia and Ling Boli looked at Ivan Vank next to them in dismay at the same time, trying to give him an answer. But Ivan Vank did not directly answer their questions. Instead, he said, keep on looking and you will know how unreasonable this ability is. For Ivan Vank, Sophia, and Ling Boli, who do not understand technology, are illiterate. For the illiterate, he would not stupidly explain some technical terms to him. Because that's just a waste of time. So it's better to show them directly. After all, observation with the naked eye is much more intuitive than listening to his explanation. Just when everyone marveled at the magical ability brought by Luo Ian's nano-robots, Luo Lan on the battlefield moved again. I saw him raise his hand and grabbed his giant hand violently forward. Suddenly, 6 Sidewinder missiles and a dozen cannons were like moths fighting fire, all of which were caught in his hands. Boom! All the shells exploded as he clenched the huge amounts of palm. The earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded like a thunderstorm, making people's ears aching. But to everyone's surprise, the explosion of these shells was extremely loud. But the damage to Luo Lan was minimal, even zero. Because all of Luo Ian's nano-robots are made by vibranium. Vibranium has the property of absorbing kinetic energy. So all the energy generated by the explosion was absorbed by the vibranium nanorobot. So there is a weird scene of thunder, heavy rain, and little rain. How could it be possible that we blocked all our shells with bare hands? Is this guy still not a human? Monster, this is a real monster, even the green monster is not so scary. It's terrible. With this kind of combat power, it's almost as good as that giant mecha. A group of soldiers looked at the scene in front of them with horror, their eyes full of horror. This scene was like seeing a ghost, and they couldn't help trembling with fright. As warriors who have experienced many battles, they have seen many powerful beings. Such as Thor, such as the Hulk and so on. These can be called monsters. But at this moment, like the purple mecha in front of him, he possesses weird abilities. And for such an enchanting monster, this is the first time they have seen each other. Is this your strength? Not enough, not enough. After easily blocking the combined attack of the Air Force and the tank army, Luo Lan said with a look of disdain. Then he clenched his fist. Huge amounts of vibranium, jumped up, and crashed down. The huge fist at this moment is like a huge meteorite falling from the sky. The air was torn apart at an unparalleled speed, and a terrifying sonic boom erupted. Then he smashed the tank below with the power of destroying the world. Boom! The earth-shaking sound burst out loudly. The meteor-like fist immediately smashed the tank below it into iron skin. And the huge amounts of impact blasted a huge deep hole with a diameter of tens of meters on the ground. Suddenly, an unimaginable shockwave burst out like a sea wave from where the fist collided with the ground. It swept around and swallowed all objects within a kilometer. Under this terrible shockwave attack, everything around began to fall apart, all in pieces. Even the seemingly solid tanks could hardly escape bad luck and began to fall apart, being smashed into pieces of iron parts, turning into broken copper and iron and scattered on the ground. Needless to say, the soldiers inside were directly shocked by shockwave, and they couldn't die anymore. Such power can be said to be devastating and earth-shattering. What a terrifying destructive power, is this guy's confidence to dare to resist our military? He didn't use that giant mecha. We have no reason to use nuclear strikes, but with such combat power, our conventional weapons are not his opponents either. Is this guy also a monster made by the Franklin family? I understand why the upper hand has given an order to destroy them. With such a family, his existence is a threat to the entire Congress, and it is absolutely impossible for it to develop at will. What should we do now? Our tank platoon has been destroyed by him, and we are not the opponent of this monster. In the command camp, a group of non-commissioned officers looked at the screen in front of them with horror, with a look of despair hidden in their eyes. At this moment, General Ross, who had not spoken, said with a solemn face to the communicator, "Start Plan B immediately. The monster will use the monster to deal with it." Seeking flowers, evaluation, Monthly Pass. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Hulk and Hatred are linked, please ask for flowers and comments. S.H.I.E.L.D. Above the aircraft carrier in the sky, the atmosphere fell into freezing cold. What are you talking about? Dr. Banner was arrested and sent to Logo Ian's secret base. Nick Fury looked at Captain America Rogers in shock and said, "Someone tricked Dr. Banner into the glass cage and was taken away. I wanted to save him, but it was too late." Rogers said. Who did it?" Tony Stark said curiously. "Someone wants to completely pull our S.H.I.E.L.D. into the water." Nick Fury said solemnly. "It's Pierce did it?" Natasha Romanoff looked at the surveillance camera and said immediately, "Damn it, what exactly does Pierce want to do? To stop him, he must be stopped. Once Hulk appears, it will be terrible. Everyone knows that Hulk is basically irrational. Once he was provoked in Logo Ian's secret base. Then he will definitely wreak havoc. At that time, he will face Logoland head-on. This is not the situation they S.H.I.E.L.D. want to see. Tony, you are fast, hurry up and stop them," Nick Fury ordered. But at this moment, Hill Agent's horrified voice came over. "It's late, everything is late, the other party has already started to act." Suddenly, everyone saw in front of the screen that two transport planes flew over Logo Ian's base at high speed. Then the two glass cages fell from behind the buttocks of the two planes. One of the glass cages was held by Dr. Banner. In front of their camera, Dr. Banner had a frightened face at the moment, and he was obviously shocked. At this moment, a green light flashed from the depths of his pupils. Immediately, his body began to explode uncontrollably. His clothes and pants were vulnerable under the skyrocketing green muscles, turning into pieces of rags and falling to the ground. "No! Roar!" Dr. Banner roared fiercely. The huge amounts of sound directly shattered the heavy bulletproof glass. Suddenly, Hulk fell from the sky like a green meteor, aiming directly at Logoland. In addition to Hulk, in another glass cage, there was also an existence no less than Hulk. He had been in a coma, but just after Hulk snarled. His cold eyes opened sharply. Suddenly a bloodthirsty and crazy cold light burst out of his eyes. "Hulk, long time no see." Roar. No less than Hulk's roar came from the glass cage, it also shattered the glass cage. Hearing this roar, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help being surprised. Nick Fury's face was even more incredible. How could it be him? Abomination, it turned out to be Hatred. Isn't this guy dead? Tony Stark also said in shock. That's right, no one else is also locked up in the cage at this moment. It is what Hulk's mortal enemy hates. Yeah, isn't Abomination already killed by Hulk? Natasha Romanoff on one side also looked at Nick Fury curiously. Obviously, it is estimated that only Nick Fury can answer this question. Seeing everyone turn their eyes to their own body, Nick Fury sighed. He didn't die before the hatred, but was seriously injured. But the self-healing ability of his body is amazing. Finally, he was imprisoned by the military for research purposes. Oh, this is really your traditional way. Dogs can't change eating shit. Tony Stark said mockingly. He has always been very upset with the military's approach. It's a big trouble now, it's hard to get a Hulk, let alone add an Abomination. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly. In any case, we must convey my kindness to Logoland, and can't make him think that we are going against him. Then what should we do? Get beaten for Logoland. Go to support Logoland immediately to prevent Abomination and Hulk from destroying Logo Ian's base. Natasha Romanoff, Hulk only you can comfort him, leave it to you. Nick Fury moved his gaze to Natasha Romanoff's body. Everyone knows that Natasha Romanoff has a close relationship with Hulk during this period. She is the only one who can comfort Hulk. Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff gave a wry smile. You will really arrange a problem for me. Although she said that, she nodded and went to action immediately. Angus Mountains. Luo Lan easily handled the tank troops on the ground. His eyes were fixed on the 3 F-22 fighters that turned back. Don't want to leave when you come. After that, Luo Lan slowly raised his right hand. Immediately, the vibranium nanorobot formed a ring knife with a diameter of 3 meters in his hand. A blue light also lit up at the edge of the ring knife. That is exactly the plasma knife Luo Lan learned from the world of Big Hero 6. Extremely sharp, cut iron like mud. All fall to me. Luo Lan held the circular knife in his hand and threw it out fiercely. Just listen to a scream. The ring knife directly tore the space. It turned into a blue light horse. Swipe across the 3 F-22 fighter jets at several times the speed of sound. Suddenly, the F-22 fighter jet was directly cut in half. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and 3 F-22 battles exploded in the sky like fireworks. At this time, 2 earth-shaking roars rang out loudly. I saw 2 giant creatures crashing down. One head smashed directly into Luo Ian's secret base. And the other end hit him not far away. Flowers, reviews, monthly tickets, come on. I'm so grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Want to taste my fist? Enemy attack, enemy attack. An enemy has invaded the south of our base. Please defend and support immediately. As the giant creature smashed down, a rapid alarm sounded inside the base. Upon seeing this, Ivan Vank showed a sense of war on his face. To dare to invade our base, I'm just short of a sparring partner. After that, Ivan Vank turned and put on his own crimson mecha, and then rushed towards the invasion point. And at this time, an F-22 battle struck fiercely again. The situation is extremely dangerous. Seeing such a scene, Lingboli looked angry. As the young Master Asgardian, she must not watch the enemy besieging Luo Lan. It is not her character to sit and wait for death. Dabai, let's play too. Lingboli turned and glanced at the cute thing next to Dabai and said. Hearing this, Sophia looked at Lingboli in horror. Can't dispatch EVA 0 plane, otherwise they will use nuclear strikes at all costs. It's just to deal with this group of shrimp soldiers and crabs, and I don't need EVA 0 machine. Ayanami said with a cold face. Then how do you play? Sophia looked at Ayanami in amazement. Dabai can also fight. At this moment, Dabai came out and said. Hee, Dabai, you can really be joking. Sophia looked at Dabai with a smile on his face. In her impression, Dabai is a gentle medical robot. It's good to be cute and happy, fight? What a joke. She would never believe it. Thinking of Dabai's appearance on the battlefield, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This soft guy, if he is really on the battlefield, he is also a medical soldier. And defeating Dabai should only need to consume one needle of the opponent. After all, his whole body is made of polyethylene. Dabai is not kidding, it has a fighting form. Ayanami said. What? Combat form? Just when Sophia looked stunned. Dabai and Lingpali turned and walked into a closed steel warehouse at the same time. After 10 seconds, Dabai and Ayanami walked out at the same time. It's just that their image has completely changed. I saw that Dabai was covered with a layer of carbon fiber armor. And so is Ayanami. Seeing them, Sophia's face was full of shock. She never thought that the young master would have built a suit of armor for Dabai and Ayanami. Let's go. Ayanori stepped on Dabai's back with her feet. Suddenly, Dabai jumped up and flew directly, taking Lingpali to the sky. Seeing Ayanami who was galloping away, Sophia's face was envious. When the young master comes back, I want him to build a suit for me. Sophia pouted and said expectantly. Outside the base. Looking at the giant monster that suddenly fell in front of him, Ludo Ian's face showed a hint of curiosity. At this moment, a big green hand suddenly stretched out from the broken pit. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Ludo Ian's face. Hulk? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. also involved? But it should be impossible. The old thief Nick Fury is not so stupid. It seems that someone wants to deliberately provoke. In just an instant, Ludo Lan guessed the truth behind the incident. But now is not the time to think about this. The most urgent task is to deal with the immediate trouble first. At this time, the roar of the F-22 fighter came again. This can't help making Ludo Lan very irritable. The swarms of chirping flies are really annoying. Ludo Lan said with an unhappy expression. Master, let me take care of the fly. At this moment, Ayanami's voice rang from the communicator. Suddenly, Ludo Lan saw the heavily armed Ling Pali stepping on the equally heavily armed Dabai towards a group of F-22 fighter jets. Haha, leave it to you, have fun. The battle armor on Dabai and Ayanami was made by him himself. It is a carbon fiber armor that far surpasses the original in defense and combat power. Among the carbon fibers, Ludo Lan also deliberately added a certain proportion of vibranium. So dealing with a few F-22 fighters is a trivial matter. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from the deep pit in front of Ludo Lan. Then, a green figure jumped out, like a human-shaped chariot standing not far from Ludo Lan. The green figure that jumped out was not Hulk, who else could it be? At this moment, Hulk's face was full of anger, staring at Ludo Lan. For the strange guy in front of me. Hulk naturally regarded it as his enemy. Upon seeing this, Ludo Lan smiled. Why, do you want to taste my fist? Roar. Hearing Ludo Ian's words, Hulk's face became more angry, and he yelled at Ludo Lan again. Very well, you successfully angered me. Ludo Lan smiled evilly, his figure dangled, and the battle started again. Ask for flower reviews and monthly tickets for rewards. Thank you, sir readers. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Hulk was hanged? Facing Hulk's provocation, Ludo Lan was not only not afraid, but also full of interest. He actually wanted to get through with the Hulk a long time ago. After all, he can have the current strength, but all thanks to the serum of the Hulk. So he wanted to see how far he could reach in front of the source of power. Is he strong or Hulk strong? It's just that there has been no such opportunity before, so it can't be tested. But now that the other party gave him this opportunity, he naturally couldn't miss it. Hulk didn't expect this strange guy in front of him to be so bold. How dare to take the initiative to attack him, this seemed to him to be Chikuakuo's provocation. So, he roared and rushed towards Ludo Lan as well. Suddenly, the two collided like two beasts fighting each other. The green giant fist collided with Ludo Ian's vibranium iron fist. Boom! The explosion sounded like a blast of thunder over the entire forest. Suddenly, the air wave swept in all directions like a stormy sea. He rushed into the forest below, and saw the squally roar, flying sand and rocks. The woods within a radius of a few kilometers were directly uprooted under this air wave, turning into powder. The air waves alone caused such terrible destruction. This scene is simply amazing. Hulk, the Hulk who used to rely on strength in the past, suddenly changed his face. Because he found that the strange guy in front of him had even more power than him. As soon as the two fists touched, he noticed it in horror. Suddenly, he was like a cannonball. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, he flew backwards behind him. Booming. An astonishing impact sounded in the forest, and the trees behind him collapsed like a wheat field. The huge body of the Hulk is like a plow in the field, plowing a dirt road hundreds of meters long directly in the forest. In the end, a bang smashed a rock tens of meters high, and then stopped with difficulty. And Legoland didn't stop there. He saw him rush out with a vigorous stride, and he stepped out of a deep pit on the earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Hulk, followed by an uppercut. He flew Hulk directly to the sky. He jumped up again and appeared above Hulk in Hulk's painful expression. Then a whirlwind leg slammed down and hit Hulk severely. Suddenly, Hulk fell from the sky like a meteorite. Under the unparalleled powerful impact, a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. Because the pothole was too large and deep, the surrounding rivers were cut off. The water of the river was poured into this huge amounts of pit in an instant, forming a small lake. Kicked out of a lake, this kind of battle scene directly makes people look silly. It seems that our worries are unnecessary. Don't even think about destroying other people's bases. I'm worried that Hulk will die first. Who is this guy? It's too scary to hit the Hulk. How many terrible creatures did Legoland make in the base? What does he want to do? Dominate the earth? His battle armor is even more advanced than my steel battlesuit. What level of technology has this guy reached? As far as the current situation is concerned, let alone dominating the earth, it shouldn't be difficult to dominate the universe. On the sky carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, a group of Avengers members said with surprise. They still wanted to help Legoland. But now it seems that they should stand in silence for Hulk and the military. Such a scene not only shocked S.H.I.E.L.D, but also shocked the military. In the command camp, a group of non-commissioned officers gulped dryly and shivered. How is this possible? Even the Hulk is not his opponent. With such a existence, why did the boss go to provoke him? What can we do now? What about hatred? Why is hatred gone? Yeah, where did you hate this guy? A group of non-commissioned officers talked. Just as a group of people was discussing hatred, in Lugo Ian's secret base, hatred also encountered a strong enemy. This enemy is no one else, but Ivan Vank. It's really a powerful force. Ivan Vank tightly grasped the fist from the bombardment of hatred with both hands. Said with a look of surprise. He was wearing an improved crimson mecha, powerful enough to lift hundreds of tons of heavy objects. But at this moment, the monster in front of him could actually be comparable to him. In this way, he was naturally surprised. I should have said this sentence. Hate smiled coldly, and kicked both legs fiercely, which directly kicked Ivan Vank hundreds of meters away. Boom! There was a loud noise. Wearing a crimson mech, Ivan Vank slammed directly into the thick rock wall. You are not my opponent, Hulk is. Disgusting smiled contemptuously, turned around and jumped directly out of the secret base. Then his eyes were fixed on Hulk's body. Hulk. Seeing the enemy, hatred and anger roared. Comrades, what happened today? Is it weak? Asking for data, it's all up. Asterisk. Chapter 48. It seems you want to die. Hearing the roar of disgust, Lugo Ian's face showed a look of interest. Oh. So it's hatred. Are you still alive? Interesting, that group of military guys still can't change the way they eat shit. Legoland said mockingly. He was the same as Tony Stark for what the military did. It was quite disgusting. He ridiculed himself when Legoland spoke, and the look of rage immediately appeared on his disgusting face. In his opinion, only Hulk in this world can compare with him. And the purple mecha in front of him is just a little-known little girl. A little guy dared to taunt himself, what is this, not looking for death? Where's the little trash fish? Go to hell. Said Abomination and Disdain. Then he lifted a huge boulder under his feet and smashed it towards Legoland. The huge stone came with the power of destruction, and hit Lugo Ian's facade directly. If such a fierce attack is against an ordinary person, it will definitely kill the opponent on the spot. But for Legoland, this is a kid's trick. Legoland showed a slight smile and his eyes were full of disdain. Seeing the rapidly flying stone, he just raised his hand with a wave. Easily photographed the stone into powder. "It seems that you want to die," Legoland said with a sneer, looking at disgust. Then he walked towards hatred step by step. "Oh? You seem to have some strength. In that case, I will kill you first. Then play with Hulk," he said arrogantly. He didn't even put Legoland in his eyes. But it is true that it has been in this world for so long, and today is Legoland's first shot. And his crimson mecha full of vibranium was revealed to everyone for the first time. So it is normal that no one knows him. "Kill me? Haha, it's kind of interesting." Legoland smiled without anger, and didn't put hatred in his eyes at all. Hearing Legoland's laughter, his expression of disgust became more ugly. "I'll make you unable to laugh right away," he snarled in disgust. With a sudden leap, he leaped directly towards Legoland. He just jumped once and rushed to Legoland's face in an instant. This kind of jumping power is simply against the sky. "Die to me!" Disgust snarled in a hoarse, low voice. He clenched his fist tightly and blasted towards Legoland's facade. Because he was jumping at this moment, he himself had an extremely powerful impact. In this way, coupled with the superpower he originally possessed, the power of this punch can be imagined. Seeing the ferocious attack of hatred, Legoland smiled disdainfully, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he just lifted his palm slightly to block it in front of him. In this way, he directly caught the fist of hatred and anger. This is impossible. Seeing that his fist was easily caught by the strange mecha in front of him, there was an incredible color on the disgusting face. Others may not know, but he himself clearly knows how powerful his punch is. This punch was enough to easily smash the rocks and squash the tank, weighing dozens of tons. With such a punch, even Hulk would be blown away with a punch. But the slender purple mecha stood in place like a sculpture. That feeling, like his punch and feather just now, without weight. "Nothing is impossible, is this your strength? A little worse than Hulk." Legoland laughed tauntingly, and then a whip kick was quickly connected and kicked hard on the head of hatred. Shoo! Booming. Under 1 foot, hate was like a kite with a broken thread and flew out directly. There was a long trail of water ripples sliding on the lake. Finally, the hatred flew directly out of the lake, knocking down a tree in the forest. Glide on the water and the ground for a distance of thousands of meters. Finally, he smashed into a huge rock before stopping with difficulty. This whip leg was heavier than the kick kicked on Hulk just now. Disgusting was kicked and turned dizzy, and lost consciousness for a while. "Kill me? Do you think you can do it? Something beyond your own control." Legoland didn't stop there, only saw him come to the front of hatred in a blink of an eye. Then he clasped Detest's neck with one hand, and lifted Detest in his hand as if he was holding a chicken. The hatred at the moment has been veiled, and the whole person is confused, as if drunk. Just in the confusion, he just felt that someone had grabbed one of his feet. Then he felt the sky spinning around, and the whole person was hitting left and right on the ground like a club. This move is exactly what Hulk used to play against Loki. But I didn't expect Legoland to use it on the body of hatred. His height and body shape were several orders of magnitude higher than Legoland's hatred, but Legoland was beaten around by Legoland instead. If this is not seen with my own eyes, I am afraid that no one will believe it. The scene before him stunned everyone again. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Monster Shelter? This abomination was beaten by him like Loki. This guy is too scary. In terms of strength, it can crush Hulk and hatred. What kind of armor is this? Perhaps I should speed up seeing Legoland. This guy has a technique that is inferior to me. Looking at Hulk and hatred being crushed by the purple mecha, Tony Stark's face was full of enthusiasm. Hulk has always been a potential threat. How to contain Hulk under special circumstances has always been a problem Tony Stark wants to solve. So long ago, he had thought of building a set of anti-Hulk armor. And the design has also been made. But at this moment, the anti-Hulk armor he designed is nothing compared to the purple mecha in front of him. If he can exchange the technology of the suit from Legoland, it should be a good choice. As for the price of exchange, he has already thought about it. That is their arc reactor technology from Stark Industries. In the forest outside the secret base. After a round of beatings, disgust was already black and swollen. The originally ugly face looks even more ugly now. You haven't figured out the situation from the beginning. Legoland sneered with weak hatred in his hand. I have to say that this guy in front of me really has no eyesight. He actually regarded him as an unknown junior. He dared to pretend to kill him, and then go to play with Hulk. You know, Hulk was beaten by him and there was no way to fight back. Being held by Legoland in his hand, his hatred eyes were full of incredible color. He never thought that the purple mecha in front of him had such terrifying strength. This power and speed are actually above him. You need to know that just his physical strength, even Hulk can't hurt him too much. But at this moment, the man's combination of punches came down. He had no power to fight back, only to be beaten. The key point is that the attack power of every punch without a kick is so terrifying. He was beaten all over his body, painful. It was the first time he tasted severe pain since he was injected with Hulk serum. And this feeling is a great shame to him. Do you only have this ability? Even if Legoland was caught in his hand, he said disgustedly. At the same time, his two hands slammed into Legoland's arm, trying to break free from Legoland's restraint. Upon seeing this, Legoland's face showed a look of surprise. Then he laughed, and said, I won't accept it until I die, it's really a stubborn brain. After that, Legoland would not give him a chance to break free. He grabbed his disgusting arm and suddenly burst out a huge amount of blue electric current. Under the attack of the powerful electric current, existence that is stronger than hatred cannot be resisted. As soon as his head tilted, he passed out. Looking at the disgust of falling into a coma, Legoland looked at Ivan Vank who was coming. This guy is good at strength, and it's still useful to keep it. It's a good thug if you train it well. After that, he raised his hand and waved. The nano-vibranium robot turned into an electric current collar and wrapped it around his hatred neck. Because it is made by vibranium, the hardness of this collar is impossible to get rid of it even if it is hateful. However, if the later hatred is obedient, if not obedient, it will be an electric current package. Yes. Ivan Vank dragged his hated feet and dragged him into the base like a dead dog. Seeing such a scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On the sky carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, Avengers fell into a brief silence. It seems that from now on, there will be another monster in Legoland's secret base. Is this guy planning to open a monster shelter? Monster shelter? Your name fits well. Well, do we still need to take action? You don't have to shoot, but I still have to make my position clear. I don't want to be an enemy of such a monster. Agree. Several Avengers looked at each other and nodded. On the issue of friends and foes, their opinions are surprisingly unanimous. And Legoland's powerful combat power not only stunned everyone in SHIELD. Hulk, who was on the scene at the moment, was equally stunned. Although Hulk's intelligence is not high, he still hates him clearly. That guy can teach him a superior existence. It took him great effort to defeat hatred. Even he was almost killed by abomination. So for the strength of hatred, even he had to recognize it. But now his old enemy was beaten by the guy in front of him without the strength to fight back. Not only that, but in the end he passed out directly. This kind of combat power is even inferior to him. Combined with the scene of being beaten up just now. In this way, even he had to show fear. Finally, he took a deep look at Legoland. Then he jumped up and ran in the opposite direction of Legoland. Hulk escaped. Flowers evaluation monthly pass, all kinds of requests, no data yesterday, a lot of panic. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Logo Ian's great plan, please ask for flowers and comments. Seeing Hulk turned around and ran away, Legoland couldn't help laughing. It seems you are not stupid. Legoland said to himself, his eyes were full of jokes. In the eyes of everyone, Hulk has always been a simple-minded character with well-developed limbs. This is true, but there is still a big difference between a simple mind and a fool. Although Hulk has the same intelligence as an underdeveloped child. But whoever is in danger to himself can still be seen. Legoland in front of him at this moment is a great danger for him. In his simple thoughts, Logo Ian's danger level is second only to the giant mecha I saw last time. Faced with such an existence, the wisest choice is to leave. Even a child knows this. Hulk naturally understood. Hulk's retreat without a fight stunned everyone again. You know that in everyone's impression, Hulk is a typical hard steel. Regardless of your existence, just be rigid. But at this moment Hulk unexpectedly retreated uncharacteristically. This seems to them to be that the sun has come out from the west. How could it be that Hulk escaped? I'm not dazzled. Even Hulk is scared away. What kind of monster is this guy? The sun is coming out from the west, hell. LV Fat learned to be smart this time. Natasha Romanoff, shouldn't you teach it? Tony Stark looked at Natasha Romanoff next to him jokingly and asked. Do you think I have this ability? Natasha Romanoff turned Tony Stark's eyes straight back. Fortunately, this time Hulk didn't crash like before, otherwise it would be unimaginable. Natasha Romanoff, you stare at Hulk, and when he turns back, you will pick him up immediately. Nick Fury said. The two monsters have failed one after another. The military won't really use nuclear weapons. They have no chance. All fighters have been destroyed. At this moment, Hill Agent said with a shocked look. After that, he immediately clicked on the screen in front of him. Suddenly, the image of an airplane exploding in the air like a firework appeared in front of everyone. In firework, a heroic oriental beauty and a white robot flew out. This is not Ling Boli and Dubai, who else can it be? What kind of guy is this again? Nick Fury said with a look of astonishment. They all have the Franklin family logo engraved on their battle armor, and they should be Legoland too. Is it Legoland again? How many secrets are there behind this guy? It turned out to be another style of battle armor. Legoland wants to make a battle armor army out of it? Looking at the battle armors on Ling Boli and Dabai, even Tony Stark was not calm this time. After the great event of the New York War, Tony Stark has been insecure all this time. So he has been secretly building more fully intelligent armors these days. Hope to form a powerful steel-armored army. However, he did not expect that Legoland had realized his plan one step ahead of time. In this way, he was naturally surprised. How did he know that Logo Ian's plan was much bigger than he thought? The Armored Legion is just a small branch among the many forces he wants to build. In order to be able to gain a foothold in the huge universe in the future, the army he wants to build is more than the star. The EVA body, the Crimson Mech, the Super Soldier, the Interstellar Fleet, etc., are all in his plan. Watching a fighter jet exploding in the sky. A smile appeared on Logo Ian's face. It's worthy of Ling Boli, even if you don't drive the EVA Zero machine, the combat effectiveness is equally good. It seems that it was a very knowing decision to give Dabai to her. Legoland said to himself. After easily eliminating the Falcon formation, Ling Boli and Dabai landed in front of Legoland from the sky. Master, the airspace threat has been completely cleaned up. Ling Boli said softly. Hearing that, Legoland smiled and came to kill him and said, Lingboli, you performed well, master will reward you well. Yeah, thank you master. Lingboli's face immediately blushed when she heard Legoland say that she would reward her. The scenes in the room with the young master that night flashed in her mind like scenes from a movie. Well, you go in to protect the base, the crisis has not been completely resolved, I will come as soon as I go. Legoland said without any doubt. Although the Falcon formation and ground tank units have been resolved, Hulk and Hatred have been settled. But this incident is far from over, at least the man behind this incident has not been caught. And what he is going to do now is to find out who is behind the planning of this incident, and then let him taste the taste of life is better than death. Thinking of this, Lugo Ian's eyes burst out with a terrifying murderous aura. No one can live well after offending him. Not before, not now, and there will never be in the future. Seeking freshness and evaluation, monthly pass, rewards, all kinds of requests. Asterisk.